Surprise stream today. I'm not 100% sure if I'll be able to stream tomorrow, so I figured why not just start late today instead. Good morning, everybody. Alright, it's been a few days. Gonna have to get reacquainted with where exactly we are. I believe we've got food for a few days here. No, that's just a single meal. Take a couple salads out of the freezer then. Regular carry is now a patrol revolver. I think that's still in its trial phase. This stuff that I picked up here was brought back from the brought back from the metalworking shop. Oops. Forgot to do the thing. There, now I can click through my ugly face here. Brought those back for, this is going to go to the military research facility base. Projected RTV. I didn't put one down, so we're no longer worried about crops. Let's do the safe thing and put it. We'll establish a date range sometime between that's an interesting one. I'm gonna call it September 5th for now. That is just a very rough estimate. That felt faster. I mean, I'm short blade 4, but that animation felt way faster. Trying to keep this road clean is not going to get any easier. Not with these respawns. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, it was an open question. I'm not sure if I'll be able to stream tomorrow. It's TBA. So I figured I might start late today instead. But yeah, not any closer to being very consistent with my streaming schedule, unfortunately. Consistency. Who needs consistency? Alright. There's probably more coming. Not that I would be able to tell thanks to all the trees, but we'll call that a stretch. I did notice the hotfix. Yeah, we are playing 42.14.1 now. Did not seem very substantial, but it resolved a couple of I think it resolved a couple of crashes that people were experiencing. I didn't see any of them, but somebody was talking about, or one of the notes said something about a null pointer exception, which is never a good thing. That was if I'm not mistaken, a null pointer exception was what caused half the Windows computers in the world to explode back when CrowdStrike went down, or CrowdStrike pushed a bad update. You know, if I'm going to keep this entire area suppressed, as I've been doing for a while now, I really could do no worse than to at least take a cursory glance at the basements in these houses. If I haven't already. I can't actually remember if I have checked all of them or not. I know for a fact that there are some I have been driving past without having looked at. This may be one of them. Basements are always a very easy thing to spot if you're not familiar with housing in a certain area. Like, I've never been to most of the houses in Irvington, but you see this flat roof here. See how this roof is flat while everything else here is gabled? The flat roofs are a dead giveaway. That's just that's like a little basement stapled onto the side of the house. A tiny basement with a single nothing in it. But you know what? I'll take twine. Did I check if any ammo respawned? I will have an opportunity to do so not long from now, because we're heading in the general direction of the army surplus. I don't think anything will have spawned. I'm pretty sure that... Now, the reason I say that is because when a loot spawns in, as far as I understand it, loot spawns in when you first load an area with the map cell. And all of the map cells that we loaded here that have spawned loot were already loaded in on 42.13, which is before the patch. So I feel like there's not going to be any new loot added to stuff we've already observed. It would be stuff that we've newly observed that would obey the new loot tables. It's actually trying to get this guy to get up. Guess he didn't want to. But yeah, I just want to check this shed and see if there's any generators. Oh, look at that. Blue generator. No, I don't think so. Not at this stage of the game. It's too late for that. They've already got such a massive code base that trying to rewrite it in any language, doesn't matter what, it doesn't actually matter which language they try to rewrite it in. The amount of time and effort that it would take would not be worth it. Mostly because the dev is the devs who've been working on it for this long are most acquainted with Java as it is. I mean, unless Lemmy and whoever the other guy was, Lemmy and Nasco, I think they are. Or is Nasco just the CM? I never figured that out. But yeah, unless they're like actually proficient with other languages as well, then recoding the entire game engine doesn't really make sense. It's kind of a decision you have to make very early on, and you got to commit. But yeah, we'll have an opportunity to check the army surplus here. See, for example, we looted this place already, and there's no loot because, yeah. Remember, the Indie Stone never actually cares very much about saves from previous builds of the game. The fact that I had all of my 223 ammo deleted as opposed to being converted to 357, which is that would have been the ethical thing to do. They do not have the action economy to concern themselves with people on previous builds. Okay. We no longer need to worry about getting out and killing everybody. I don't think so. I should mark this on the map, but what I'm trying to accomplish there is have a clean road between the gas station and my base. Yeah, that's the green zone right there. There's another gas station right here, which I kind of find that funny. A gas to go that close to Foster. You won't see that in the other towns. This is some hostile stuff here. Some high competition stuff here. What the hell? He tried to lunge me instead of going through the window. I don't know what happened there. And then he realized he couldn't get to me, and then he went around. Fascinating. That's some changes in behavior right there. Or at least inconsistency. Usually zombies just slap whatever windows they can see it through. Ah, I had been looking at this. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say there might not be some stuff in here. Talking specifically about the Ranger truck there. The Ranger truck may have had 223 in it. Yep, see there's a holster, but there's... Oh, and 2 cans of gas. Okay. Yeah, sure, I'll take this. Handy knife. Box of 44. Key and everything. Yeah, if I need something to carry the loot for me. This is just, I've never seen a bull driver for this variation, so I'm going to hold on to this at some point. I'll just leave it in an easy towing spot here. And you know what? I'm going to let it run. The battery needs to be charged. Zippy market right there. Usually those... Actually, no. That's one of the biggest Zippy markets I've seen. But it's going to just be convenience store loot. Which is... I don't hate it, but it's not what I need right now. And we're no longer an active kill zone, so I'm not going to be getting out and killing everybody unless we have an objective specifically. Nothing's coming to mind at the immediate moment. But yeah, we are heading in this direction. We're going to take another sweep through the mall. I would like to see if there's anything at the mall that I can grab, because we did go through the effort of clearing it out. Garage here. With nothing in it. Our corpse pile is still up here. Nah, it's all gone now. I don't think that's going to mean... The fire is still there. We left a fire burning, so of course the fire is still there, even though the corpses that were burning are no longer there. That's really funny. Good old Zomboid right there. You leave an area that's on fire and it'll stay on fire forever. Until you come back. Okay, so there was a Gigamart, ice cream shop, ramen shop, bride and groom boutique. You know what? I've never actually had a wedding dress in this game before. There's an IHOP. But we did loot the... We looted the comic shop and we looted the army surplus, so there is... Yeah, there's probably nothing here for us. And we've got a partial respawn here. I'm not going to be fighting through a parking lot full of respawns. Just for... Yeah, there's... I think I have time. I can check one of these boxes really quick. Oh no, I can't. The back door is still gated. I'm not doing... Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it, too late. We are going to just resume exploring for a bit then. I have always thought these apartments, or these townhouses here, are a little anachronistic for 93. They're pretty though. They're quite pretty. I would certainly love to live in something like this if my neighbors were okay. Okay, let me rephrase that. I would find it very acceptable to live in a unit like that. A lot better than a apartment. Not quite the white picket fence ideal, but not that bad. Now this shed here has been looted and trashed, but I have still seen generators show up in looted and trashed sheds before. Not that I actually expect it, but I've seen it. Also, not that I'm actually hurting for generators right now. I'm really not. But doing my due diligence, that's what we do. The dearth of infinite water supplies in Irvington actually makes the pool, unironically, somewhat useful. If you are somebody who likes to take fear of blood, for example, and you constantly need to be washing blood off of yourself, this is an important thing to be aware of. Now, this area, I do believe, is one of those residential areas that has an outsized zombie population, generally speaking, depending on your spawn maps. Outsized for what's actually available. I've slept in this house right here before. Not on this character, but during one of my early map tours, possibly on Annie, maybe Barb. Can't actually remember. So, as always, our primary target whenever we're out exploring residential like this, primary target is survivor houses. Not that I have high expectations of actually seeing one, but I don't mind the idea. Secondary targets are just garages. Maybe basements if they're easily accessed. I'm not fighting any ground wars for basements right now. But, just like earlier, if I see one that I can just run right into with only a few kills, then sure, why not? Kind of a sports car. Parts do you have? Ugly. Too ugly. Not even worth looking at. $16.30 and I'm tired. I've been drinking coffee a lot lately on this character. It's not worth it just to shut up fatigue if it comes a little earlier than I would like. If I see an objective worth fighting for, I'll have a cup and we'll fight on. But right now I'm not really seeing anything worth fighting for. Irvington Elementary. If I needed any level 1, 2, or 3 books, alas, I don't. I actually had something come through on my work channel I have to tab really quick here. I'm going to just pause the game briefly. This will only take less than a minute probably. Should be fine. Okay, one moment. That ought to do the trick. Seeing as we are now officially on my road. I don't know if I checked the garage here with the brickwork. I have now. performance tires on this one. This one was in need of some love. Desperately. Unfortunately, step vans that have spawned in on the previous version are no longer as useful as ones that will spawn in the future now. Ooh. I see our goal for tomorrow. We're going to take Irvington Heights Road here. This is a road that goes all the way around, so we don't have to take KY 79 to get to the Speedway. So we can actually take a look at the Speedway tomorrow if we take that road and we get all the way down there. So that is exactly what we're doing tomorrow. Picked up some fishing stuff. I don't know if there are very many fishing opportunities on this side of the map if I don't want to go down all the way to the big water body at the very bottom of the map. That's like further down this way. And I don't have very much incentive to go that way for now. That will be one used up propane tank there. Oh look, here's another one. watermelon that's sliced and chunked are now going rotten, so we're just throwing that out then. It's too late for it now. Hey, there's some rain finally. It has been actually a hot minute since we've had rain. Possibly a little over a week. Oh, and it immediately stopped. I shouldn't have opened my mouth. I'm gonna go ahead and go to sleep now. A little early, but there's not much else to do at the immediate moment. Unbecoming of me to try to explore at night, but I would like to get some exploration done, even if it's a bit late. Oh, hello. That's not good. That's, it's still Irvington. Who cares if it's residential? This is Irvington. This is Bush City. I don't know what I was expecting. This is what I should have been expecting. Bush City. Now that being said, languishing off-road like that for as long as I did means this road is now clear. Because all the zombies that were on the road followed me. Wasn't intentional, but I'll take it. Glass making book. I do spot a small target of opportunity there. Not this, but if I am going to park here, I have to make sure that there's no surprises waiting for me next to my driver's seat. I'm just going to explore between those houses on foot. There's multiple between the trees. Not doing that. Speaking of multiple between the trees. And speaking of not doing that, we ain't fighting 20 zombies for a shed. We got other things to do.
Hey.
That was intentional. I did not feel like trying to risk a side hit, so I just took the front hit. Oh look, we're back here again. Okay. Oh. I don't know if that's a survivor house or if that's supposed to look like that. I need to mark it for investigating later. Marked. And I have no choice. Oh, fuck you. Ragdoll physics bullshit. Let me guess, that was a... No, we're good. That was a really stupid hit right there. I think it counted as a front hit for both of that, but I have no idea about the second. So this van right here, this electrical van, may have just spawned in, which means it may operate by the new vehicle rules. Which means its trunk is going to be bigger than any of the other vans that I currently own, with the exception of this ambulance, which we manually fixed. Okay, we have confirmed what I was almost sure of, but yeah, the trunk of this thing, it's at 78%, but it's got 139 storage capacity. So that means this is a regular van, as this is a van as vans always should have been, but and therefore not one of the vans that we've been having to deal with since 42.13 broke heavy-duty vehicles. So, is that overly meaningful? Not really. I mean, do I need another van? I need parts more than I need a van right now. Regular and some performance. I could use some windows. I could definitely use some glass work. Engine quality is 81. That's not that bad. But I just don't see myself using a regular fan very often. Maybe if there was a generator in here that I could put in this van and take it with me. But there isn't. Knowledge gained. That's always an important thing. Welcome to Irvington. This right here, this situation right here just screams Irvington. A dozen zombies in the middle of the street, and every optional route that to go around them is just fraught with problems. Managed to get around that one, but yeah, those little catch-22 situations there. We'll be seeing more of those. I hate rats. Well, actually, small animals no longer damage vehicles, allegedly. I'm still not particularly eager to find out exactly what kind of damage they do, because it didn't say that the patch note did not say it removed. It said reduced. I don't actually... Oh, no, this is one of our targets. Is it? Yeah, this is one of our targets. We've accidentally come up on one of our targets. This is a, this is the Irvington Gun Club. I don't think... It's a shooting... Well, so it's a shooting range. I don't have any particular expectations. I've never been here before. But I would like to see what is in here. Guns. Lots of guns. And these guns are on the new loot tables. So this is our first 357 that we're actually getting from loot in this game. And you know what? This right here, this confirms all my suspicions. This locker right here, as you guys can see, pretty much one of every type of ammo in the game. I don't know if I'm actually... I was getting into internet fights about ammo. Some people seem to think some ammo is harder to find than others, and I'm like, you either haven't played the game enough, or you haven't played the game enough. I mean, or you have absolutely no statistical understanding whatsoever. It's just over a long enough period of time, individual loot containers, your luck with each one of them starts to go, starts to be less of a factor, and the actual loot chances become more of a factor. See, like right here, just getting one of almost every single type of ammo in a single ammo box, that should, that speaks volumes to how they've added new ammo to the game. They haven't done anything to change the ammo distribution in loot. But who knows? Maybe they have, and I just have not experienced it enough yet. What? Hold the phone. This wasn't in the patch notes. This 9mm has a laser sight on it. What? You would think that the devs would be all over putting that in the patch notes. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. This is vanilla. This is unmodded. Bro. Okay. Alright. Alright. I'm putting the laser sight on my main M9. Yeah, literally. This was not in the patch notes. Why would they not advertise this? This makes me wonder if they added thermals finally. Because there has been code for thermals in the, I decompiled the game code at one point for weaponry. I was looking for something completely different, and I found, yeah, I mean, this is literally VFE. As soon as I saw that they renamed, 9mm to 9x9mm, or 9x19mm, I'm like, okay, yeah, the fucking gun nuts who did VFE are basically in control now. And I don't know how I feel about that, because gun nuts, when it comes to video game balance, they're not that good at it. They really aren't. Now that's fascinating. My M9... Oh, okay. It's because I have a gun light on it, right? The laser pointer counts as a... And it just... Okay, and... It can be mounted on an M9, 1911, BF pistol, M16, M1A. And it is a cannon. That's the type. So... That's cool. Basically, this just means that pistols, magazine-fed pistols, are even better than revolvers in a second way now. Because it used to just be that only pistols could get tritium sights, which makes them more accurate, which more accuracy means just better overall, as far as I'm concerned. But no, now that I see that, we can have tritium sights and a laser sight, which means this M9 is now more accurate than anything I have ever shot in this game so far in terms of handguns. So I look forward to seeing what that feels like in the not-too-distant future. I am utterly baffled that the devs didn't say anything about that in the patch notes. Yeah. We VFE now, boys. We VFE. This looting activity is going to absolutely annihilate my sleep schedule for my character, but is what it is. I was not actually expecting to accidentally wander here. I was just going to take a little jaunt down that gravel road. It was on my list of things to do to take a look at this place, but it was kind of like ambiguous as to when it would actually happen. When is now, I suppose. My interest in this place was actually entirely based around possibly getting a, whatchamacallit, an aiming book. Because we still don't have aiming 5 and we could read it, and it would be amazing if we had it. I would take anything else that shot it. I mean, just to give this, well, I don't know. I actually don't know how I feel about 9mm right now. Right now, 9mm is just, it's best in slot for your left and right holsters. I'm just going to come out and say it, despite the changes. 9mm is still best in slot for left holster and right holster. There's nothing better. In terms of, obviously, I'm talking about player versus zombie combat. So I spurged out on the Steam forums the other day about, some people were talking about 223 and its removal, and the gun nuts hijacked the thread and started talking about, actually 223 and 556, actually, fuck you, dude, this is a video game, we're talking about balance. But whatever. I'm not going to rehash all the dumb shit I went over, but the thread went on for 4 pages without anybody talking about the fact that 556 used to come in boxes of 50 and now comes in boxes of 20. And that just tells me everything I need to know about the gun nuts who comment on Project Zomboid's balance. They literally don't play the game enough to recognize when a change like that has changed something a lot bigger than what they're talking about. I don't know. I'm not gonna act like they're all grifters, but they definitely strike me as the people who care way more about being correct on the internet than they do about the balance of the video game they're talking about. I mean, there is a very popular YouTube video. I didn't even watch it. I just saw that it had many million views. It's one of those Zomboid videos because you get millions of fucking views. And it was making Project Zomboid into a milsim. So there's definitely an appeal to it. But that just sounds like a fun modding project is what that sounds like. In terms of making a fun video game, the words milsim don't come anywhere near the word fun in my mind. And that's just coming from my interactions with actual veterans. If you want to simulate what the military is like, you're going to be very bored very often. And that's really the long and short of it. Military life can get really, really fucking boring. Like, I mean, if you really want your milsim hard, then who's going to be on latrine duty? Right? That's something that I feel like everybody should comprehend. You can have your milsim, but the more realistic it gets, the worse of a video game it is. I don't think I'm going to take more than 2 rifles of each type. I've already got so many rifles that I have no idea what to do with them all. Most of them are not here, though, so why not? I'll take a few and stash them somewhere where I can grab them. The rest of these, I'm just going to pull the bullets out and then leave them here. Tell you what, it would probably not be the best idea to drink coffee right now. But I'm going to, because my sleep schedule has been annihilated. And I would like to be combat effective if there are any zombies out there in the shooting yard, which I actually suspect there probably are. Alright, that's all the front cases. Back cases, we still got some ammo back here. Now, smaller gun stores like these, well, I'm thinking of other ones like in Ekron and Brandenburg. Those did not have back rooms full of ammo boxes. But I'm not going to rule anything out with this place. I'm just going to empty my backpack, and then we'll just get right back in there and see what else that place has to offer. I have already confirmed, I don't even think I mentioned this out loud, but I have already confirmed that the silent but deadly zombies are still around and still all over the place. So the ones that lunge at you without making a single sound, yes, still there. And I want to say, I haven't confirmed this 100% yet, I want to say that the ones that don't make any noise themselves and instead just stand in front of doors waiting for you to open them, I'm just going to assume that they're still around. Because, yeah, there's no reason not to. The safe thing to do is to assume they're still here. Oh, we got an underground shooting range here. Cool. I'm expecting these lockers to be hunter gear, or just empty, or just empty. Yeah, that works too. What? What? Oh, it went upstairs. So far, we haven't seen a single zombie in this place, and that susses me out. Oh, whoa! I talked about no backroom boxes. I was full of shit. Look at this. Look at this. Look at all that. We got possibly more than I can fit in the ambulance. I'm going to expedite this process. We're going to garbage bag it. It is indeed free real estate. I predict we can probably assemble a carton or two. So in terms of cartonry, we're coming home with 2 cartons of 556, 1 carton of 357. Now, one of those has to be chalked up to sheer luck because we literally found the carton already assembled. In terms of boxes, we assembled the 357 and the other 556 by ourselves. I'm assuming these are going to be bathrooms. Maybe locker rooms. Yes! Give me some of them hunter lockers. the Guns Unlimited had a specific loot table called, like specifically lockers full of hunting gear. Alas, it looks like these are going to be regular. Is that a long skirt that matches my scrubs? I think that's a long skirt that matches my scrubs. That's very close. I'm taking it. Alright, so the actual shooting range part up here seems to be looted and trashed. And there's some zombies out in the field, so there are zombies here. Okay, so it may be looted and trashed, but there's a carton of 45 on the ground. I'll take that. That's happy. Literal boxes of ammo just laying on the floor. Yeah, that's aggro. No? Sounded like aggro. I particularly enjoy the tables no clipping through the no clipping through the railings there. It's a nice touch. Doesn't look like I needed the sledgehammer while we were here. That's good. The red sledgehammer has seen better days. It has had so much use that it is starting to show its age. Probably gonna weld this door. Well, no, I've got a sledgehammer right here. What am I talking about? And none of the loot here is gun related, but I will of course take what I can that is useful. Okay, we're out of here. Tell me I can steal the sign. Nope. For shame. I can now make a carton of 762. Okay, not bad. We'll go on down on Ed Street here, and then I kind of want to cut down the middle. And then we can say that most of the central residential areas have been taken a look through. Yeah. That'll mostly do it for Irvington, to be honest. There won't be that much more beyond... Actually, yeah, that's basically it for Irvington. Which is great. That means I can break ground for a military research facility. Ah, I know these zombies. I know these zombies. This is a horse racing track. Oh no, the batting helmet. Never mind. That was one of the Riverside Rangers right there. I figured this is going to be a little small for a horse track. I saw the guy in a helmet, and it looks a solid color. That looks like one of the dudes from the horse racing. All right, so this right here is Ed Street going this way, and I want to see if I can take a right here. If I can't, I'll have to loop back. I can take a right here. That'll let me explore right down the middle. Dial right down the center. 1-800-CALLATT. It's free for you and it's cheap for them. Oh, I can't go right down the middle. What a shame. I thought I could. I saw that right turn and I was like, oh, great. Oh, yes. Yes, just fuck my shit up, fam. I backed up a centimeter too far and I took a trunk hit. First of many. It should be expected to happen eventually on an ambulance, but man, that was a skill issue. Cringe skill issue. Well, what would be a skill issue is not stealing a very easy-to-grab propane tank. That, too, would be a skill issue. Especially since it's mostly full. Yeah, see, that street that I took a right on, I thought it would connect to this street that I'm turning onto now. Now, this street is a little dangerous to go down the middle here where the stop sign is. But is that the... Hang on. I might not actually want to go that way. I might actually want to go this way. Hello, everybody. That is not a survivor zombie. It looks like one with the duffel bag for a second, but no. It was this road I wanted to explore down the front here. See if any of these houses got them boarded up windows there. Vain hope. Now, I just talked some shit about being done with Irvington, but we did identify a house with boarded up windows. But I was sussed on that house. I did mark it, so what we're going to do is we're going to cross-reference that with the B42map.com, because I'm not really feeling in the mood to fight 40 zombies and find out that it's just a Walter White house. The only reason its windows are boarded up is because somebody was cooking meth there. That Muldraw has at least 2 of those. And Echo Creek also has one of those. It would not surprise me in the slightest if Irvington had one of those. It's a church here. Church means possibly banners. Except I can't see inside from this angle. I actually really like this song. I don't hear it often enough. More are coming. Fire department here. You know what? I actually should loot the fire department. Axes right now would be very yes. Because we're going to need them for the military research facility. Remember, the dirt road leading there is full of trees. Like, my god, it's full of trees. Brandenburg is... Brandenburg's got the tornado alley. I can't remember if there's one outside of Tornado Alley. Because, like, there's 500 houses down there all damaged by the tornado. All of them, if you're not familiar with Tornado Alley, some people might look at that and be like, what? No. That's what they want you to think, but no. Probably is not necessary to kill everybody down here, but if I don't, I feel they're going to wander. Now, guns would be a bad idea here. We're going to stick to melee. Because if there are like 50 in a direction that I'm not immediately seeing, it would not be a very good idea to just suddenly let them all know that I'm here. It's not always a true thing, but sometimes it's safe to assume that zombies, they can't see you. Or if you can't see zombies, they also can't see you. Not always true. Often not true. But you would be surprised at how often zombies use their hearing to know where you are instead of their eyes. Yeah, definitely. I don't actually know what is in any of these shops to the right side of the screen right now. This car right here might have some nice sports parts. Old tires, performance brakes, performance sus, performance muffler, and really good glass work. This is worth towing home. I may or may not tow it home with me. Whoa! That almost killed me. Deep breath. That was a stage 3, not a stage 4. We had our movement disrupted, but we pushed him back. He was... I'm going to have to review the footage. He may have been visible. Most of his profile was hidden behind the van, because of course it was. If anybody's not familiar, where did I go? Where did I go? Ambulances and step vans are tall enough that they will completely block anything behind them. I'm pretty sure that guy... I think he should have been visible. Yeah, I would have to go back and look. It was most likely a skill issue. I mean, it was a skill issue not to check. But if I could have seen him without checking, then it's even more of a skill issue. But as I was saying before, I did not ever look at these shops over here to the right. So as part of our familiarization with Irvington, we should, offices. Of course, offices. Just give me more of them offices, fam. What if you said you wanted meaningful loot, but God said offices? It's a basement here. Interesting. I might have to take a look at that. This is one of those houses that I think is supposed to have been burnt out. So I don't think... Car fixation there. Oh, these crossroads. Okay. And I should have not forgotten that I hadn't slept last night. Well, let's see how good caffeine is. Caffeine's been nerfed. It no longer resets fatigue to 0. So let's take a caffeine tablet and see what happens. Of course, it removes my fatigue Moodle because it just appeared. But if my fatigue Moodle reappears by like 1600, that's what I'm currently predicting. If my Moodle for being tired reappears at 1600, then caffeine tablets will basically be equivalent to a cup of coffee now, which is kind of what I feel like they should be, I guess. I mean, I was perfectly okay with them being stronger than coffee, but it's like a very strong cup of coffee in real life. I think with a sufficiently strong blonde roast, you can get about 200 milligrams of caffeine equivalent. I think. It's been a long time since I've actually looked at coffee caffeine amounts. Back in the day when I was a barista, I had all that shit memorized, but that has leaked out of my brain since. Alright, all these offices stapled onto the fire department are probably not going to be that loot valuable. They rarely are. Okay, not bad. We've got ourselves a few axes. Do I have enough crafting light here? I don't. I'm actually going to move this table so that I can do this indoors because I need to fast forward for a bit to do this. We're just going to rip the we're going to rip the heads off of all the firefighter axes we just picked up so that they are easier to transport, because I want to bring all of them with me to the staging operation, or the staging grounds for the research facility assault. 6 total. Was kind of hoping to see maybe a light bar or two in there, but we'll be all right. Oh, this is rich. I never noticed this before, but the if you look carefully, you can see the laser pointer for my 9mm, because the laser pointer is just a physical object. It's there's nothing special about it in terms of its special effect, but the character's stance normally keeps it hidden, but while I'm turning, you can see it pop out of the holster for a second. That's really funny. I like to imagine that I forgot to turn the laser pointer off and I'm just draining the battery. There are a lot of them over there in Car Fixation's lot. One of them has noticed me, I think. Or he's just making aggro noises because he's sitting down. No, I've been noticed. Being as the garage here is actually not a bad spot to have as a place to sleep out in the field, I will leave one of the beds down here, actually. Now that also tells me the fact that I am not tired enough to sleep. That means I'm below 30 fatigue. I'm sorry, that means I'm below 30 fatigue. So you get as a, whatchamacallit, as wakeful, you need at least 30 fatigue in order to get to the first stage of tiredness. That is... okay. Yeah, fair enough. I have no idea what my fatigue level actually is. All I know is it's under 30. I think there's still a couple of rooms in the upper floor I can check. Most importantly, there might be some coffee. I wanted to take one of those beds with me, because it's a bed, and having a bed would be useful at my base that I'm going to build for the MRF. Probably not going to be any coffee if we didn't find it over here in the kitchen. But there is a coffee machine, I'll take that. Perhaps someday we will be able to ride the pole down. Today is not that day. Wait, what? Tie escape rope. Hold the phone. Oh. Interesting. It's talking about the tying escape rope on the ledge here. That's kind of fun. So no, I can't go down the pole, but I can, okay. Yeah. I just slap an escape rope right there if I really wanted to make it seem like I had the thing. Now the ambulance is full. I don't have room for these beds that I just picked up, but I'm going to tow the sports car back with me here so that I have parts. There's bust statues in there. I could steal those bust statues, but that would, they weigh as much as a fridge. That's a lot of work to steal one of those. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and head back to base. I need to get some food. I'm gonna try, this is I should never try this. I should never try towing forward again. But I'm gonna try it. Yeah, I should never try towing forward. Oh, now that I remember where I am. I feel like I should take an alternate route. First Avenue between here and 79 is a bad idea to, it's a bad idea to try to tow on. I already did once, and that was when I almost got stuck on the, on my Corvette. Because, that was where I recovered the fire truck from. I don't think this is going to be that much easier going this way. But it should slightly be easier. Well, the zombies here are going to be less congregated in the road, I think, because I tried to bypass them. If I'm thinking of the right place here. Yes, okay. I might be thinking of the right place. There might not be many zombies at all if I'm not thinking of the right place. Really? Right in front of my cardboard crates? Alright, this road right here, this gravel road. I can't remember if it's going to take me close to something that I don't want to be close to while I'm towing. But I think this will help me avoid First Avenue there. If my suspicions about this road are spurious. I mean, it looks like I've taken it before, based on the exploration. Yeah, so we'll just turn here on Hay Street. I was wrong. This is not going to take us close to anything intolerable. For some reason, I thought it was going to cause problems, but we're good. Even if it did cause problems, it would be nothing compared to First Avenue. So, yeah, look at that. There's a bunch of group right there, but they were not in the road. Therefore, not a problem yet. If we try to do this again, they will become a problem. Because everything we're doing now is resulting in them staying in the road. Kentucky Herald there is a pretty looking van, but it spawned in on the previous build. That being said, I'm going to steal its glasswork, and just its glasswork. What? If I'm going to have to fight for it. Maybe I'll just come back to the whole thing if I have to fight for it. That was a lot of pretty green numbers on the vehicle. I didn't check the types, but I know that the average quality of the parts on my other vehicles in the lot for heavy duty is kind of low. The average is pretty not that good. But yeah, Hay Road right there took us straight to cleared territory. a little stuck in there, but it is now out. These bushes are not making life easy. But this is Irvington, so we can't really expect anything else. At least we're going backwards with a sports car, so we'll never get 100% stuck, I don't think. I did check the trunk of this thing. Yeah. Let us see if we can consolidate some of the ammo we just brought home with the ammo that we've got chilling here on the floor. It's a nice chill evening activity there. I'm just going to take what is on the floor here and put it in my backpack. And yeah, we were really close to another carton of shotgun. So we're guaranteed another carton of shotgun. We may be able to get more than that, but let's find out. That's another 45 ACP there. And it looks like that's it. Alright, so everything on the floor right here is a total of 173 encumbrance, and that's just the cartons. The loose boxes are going to bring that up to more than 200, I think. Easily, yeah. Which is great, because we're going to be assaulting the military research facility. That is going to result in the expenditure of ammunition. Yeah, we're up to 224 over here. So that is more than we can fit in the trunk of a step van. Even if we had a perfect step van, which we do not have one down here yet. I would very much be happy to establish a step van for looting purposes. I do technically have one in Riverside, but that is my logging van currently. Let's have a bite to eat. We are in need of food. Some eggs went stale. That sucks. I'm thinking of stir fry. Possibly multiple stir fries. I mean, we got 3 grill pans here. Let's fire some up. Got a lot of bowls left, so I'm going to cook some stuff and make some salads. never actually tried cooking pumpkins. Actually takes longer than rabbit meat to cook, which makes sense. Even though there's not much left of these. So you can straight up eat pumpkins now. Interesting. But you cannot put it in salads. So that sucks. I'm just going to collect the seeds from these pumpkins then. Good old usage of leftovers there. That also used my leftover time for the day. It is now bedtime. Hopefully bedtime on time. Just leave it on the floor there for now. Not good etiquette to leave a flag on the floor, but does what we got to do for now. My MSR 700 that I was using previously is actually taking a bit of condition damage. I'm just going to go ahead and replace it with one of the fresh ones that are right in front of me here. Which means I have to pull all the attachments off. Technically same with the MSR 788, even though I've only shot it a few times. I think I can live without replacing that right now. The 1911, though, if I find a new one here, I'll definitely... right now I only have one laser pointer attachment, so I will have to trade that between my M9 and my 1911 whenever I mainline the 1911, which I don't think I'll be doing anytime in the immediate future. What I'm going to do is, I might actually saw off one of these perfectly good JS2000s, and the reason for that is, even though I almost never want to be in a situation where sawed-off shotguns, being more lightweight and having lower range, well, I'm going to be in the military research facility, which has staircases going down 17 floors, and those staircases are just nothing but tight quarters. So it's not optimal shotgun use there for a shotgun that is optimized for long distance, which is normally how I build my shotguns for long distance. That requires a saw that can cut metal, so I need a proper hacksaw for that. Curious if I get aiming skill for this. My aiming skill is 1753 right now, or experience. No, we did not get aiming experience for that. I would find that extremely funny if we got a little bit of experience for that, but we don't, of course not. So I might actually just not put a choke tube on it at all. I might want there to be spread. Or rather, yeah, I think I might want there to be spread for this, because I'm going to be shooting it at such close range by design. However, recoil pad is, of course, going to happen. I might even slap a gun light on it. No, I can't. I have no idea what the effect of choke tubes will be on a sawed-off. Oh, but you can't put choke tubes on a sawed-off. So never mind. Right when I thought there might be a niche to one of the choke tubes, instead of the choke tube full being better than improved in every way. I still can't say for 100% that it's not better in every single 100% of every condition, but I'm leaning towards it being most of the time. So that goes into our weapons bag now, along with the rest of the weapons. Except the weapons bag might as well be full now. Too many guns. Wait, no. It's not full. There's just no more room on the tile, is there? There's... Right, okay. So I just need to move this other bag to the other tile. And then, of course, it'll fit. But we have already reached the point where this bag now is so full that I won't be able to pick it up unless I pull stuff out of it. But that's not unusual for me. I have a tendency to do that a little too often. Not tired enough to sleep. So the caffeine definitely is stronger than coffee. I can say that almost 100% sure now. Because if I had just drank a coffee when I got tired at noon yesterday, if I had just drank a coffee, then my sleep schedule should basically be back to where it should be, which should enable me to sleep at 2200 hours and then 4 a.m. That should be what my sleep schedule is back to, but caffeine is still stronger than coffee, which is good. That means I should be using coffee only for situations where I just kind of missed a sleep as a restless sleeper, for example. While I should be conserving the caffeine for, I have no idea how much longer I'm going to be fighting, and I need to be combat effective for as long as possible. Which is why the caffeine stays in our Alice kit and rarely gets used when we have coffee instead. But that does mean that I'm going to be trying again. I'm going to be periodically retrying to sleep until the game lets me, because I really should not be I shouldn't trust the fact that I'm not like 29 out of 30 fatigue before ready to sleep here. That's for all I know. Okay, still not tired enough to sleep. See, the thing is because I slept at 22:30 or 22:40, whatever, it was really close. Because I slept then, there is no chance that my fatigue got below, like, 20 by very far. Just restless sleepers in general will never get that much fatigue loss. So if you are a restless sleeper, no matter how good of a night's sleep you get, you're always going to be able to sleep again within, like, 6 hours or so, something like that. It's variable, but it's almost guaranteed to eventually be true. I suppose there is one task I could do really quick. I wanted to go grab that step van. I'll just do the, I'll use the, Corvette to do that. You are way too close to my base. I've gone too far. I was supposed to turn at A1 Hay. Yeah. I saw this step van, I feel like I saw it pretty early on, to be honest. I just never had the opportunity to try and recover it. Or, when I saw it early on, it didn't have keys. Because obviously early on I can't hotwire, so anything that I don't have keys to, I just kind of come back to later, if ever. But of course, there's a bunch of zombies here that weren't here yesterday. That's right. Wait a minute. Did I say there were no keys? Because look at that. There's keys right here. Maybe I just didn't notice. No gas, of course, but that's not unusual. But we were going to tow it anyway because we got the Corvette. Always down for a towing forward risk. When it's the Corvette, at least. Yeah, we can handle this alright. Oh, we're getting the third. Yeah, we might get the third. We've also got fog today. Alright, we're close to third. No, we're going to make it. We're going to make it. We'll hit third. We're making it a second gear with this one, boys. But yeah, now that I see that there's fog, I'm actually perfectly okay with the fact that my sleep schedule is thrown off a little bit. Because that just means that once the fog gets to its thickest point, I'll just go to sleep. And sleep through the worst of it, if I can. One of the things I wanted to do today was go check out the Irvington Speedway, and or check out the never mind on what I was about to say. It was the Speedway. That was for sure. The alternative would be taking a risk on that house that may or may not be a survivor house. We're gonna check. We're going to check B42 map before we try to figure that out. Louisville Fire Department. Neat. Hard to tell what kind of fog this is. If we're gonna get thick fog or regular. I need any of the magazines. We've got July 14, 16, and 6. Yes, I quite literally have notes on which I picked up. So Kentucky Herald, we don't have 6. 13, 14, 15, 16, we've got back at Riverside. But now we have 6. Okay. Now, that being said, there are not issues for every single day for the first 16 days of July. I know that almost for a fact. Seems to be a worse of a glitch now than there was before. If you try to place something, but you're out of range, it'll just cancel the attempt instead of making you walk over like I think you're supposed to. If you're operating on somewhat limited water, then use water bottles in the crafting menu to clean rags or bandages or whatever. Saves you water. So we're taking Kentucky Herald 6 here, and we're putting it into the Return to Riverside bag. That's kind of informally what this backpack over here is now. Informally. It looks like it might just be light fog today. That is... okay, that's medium fog. It's not thick. But I don't know if it's done rolling in yet. We might have to wait until 8. In the meantime, I could start allocating this stuff here. Is there any immediate use for a blue generator? I don't think there is. In fact, we should have spare. Maybe not. Echo Creek may or may not have 1 or 2 spare generators. But that's not an immediate concern. Where we're going to be bringing everything that's right in front of me right here. This is all stuff for putting together my MRF base, which is not yet exactly decided where it's going to be. This is the prep site, though. We're going to deliver this stuff here, and this dirt road is the dirt road that eventually leads to the military research facility. It is pretty close to Rosewood here. Rosewood. We have not fully looted everything in Rosewood. I mean, Rosewood is still full of residential stuff and whatnot. And there are unchecked sheds. So I cannot say that I've checked everything in Rosewood for generators and whatnot. There is also this water source right here, which is actually not too far from the MRF prep site. I have looked at... I mean, we should pull up b42map.com right now. Because I would like to see what... I would like to see if that house that we were looking at before is a trap or not. So we are in Irvington over here. And the house that I was looking at would have been... I remember it having a black iron fence. So that is actually unique. Yeah, this one right here. So this house does not... remember, B42 map shows default things. A survivor house is a event that happens at random. So b42map.com here does not show events of any sort. So that means that the house that I was looking at is not a Walter White house, but in fact a genuine survivor house. I'm willing to guess that it is an early game survivor house because we probably got close enough to this house to spawn it in when we were doing our initial map tour. That's just a guess though. And even if it is early game, we can still find really good stuff in early game survivor houses, including stuff we don't have yet. So that is our goal for today after we get a sleep here. I'm hoping I can sleep through some of this fog. Sleep schedule is trash because of this, but generally speaking, if you sleep early as a restless sleeper, that's not as big of a problem as late. And look at that, we slept through the fog. Perfect. And we have already emptied the ambulance, so we are off. Honestly, now that we've got clear weather, I'm tempted. I'm tempted to do a little shooting. We will do MSR 788. I've complained a lot about the changes to ammo structuring, but at the end of the day, nothing has changed about the paradigm between what used to be called 308 and what is now called 762. Nothing has changed in the paradigm on that because the it's still a shit choice between 20 rounds in a semi-auto or 4+1 in a bolt-action long rifle. I will choose the latter every time. Maybe if I find an M16, I will carry it with me, and I don't know. It's not like I can use it for the military research facility because that's what we got to hit next. And we don't have an M16. We've looted every single gun store on the map except for Louisville. So I don't know. But since I can do some long distance shooting, that's exactly what we're going to do. I should probably actually have more than 14 rounds, though. We picked up lots of loose boxes recently. That is a good thing. We've got enough food for today, so I'm not worried about food. In here. And for 762. Really? No loose boxes of 762. Well then. Alright. Did we not find a single? No, okay, so we did find a carton of 762. Rather, this is probably, yeah, we assembled this carton. We assembled this carton, so that's fine. 762 is more lightweight than the other ammo types, so I'm not too worried about having to split this carton. If we just take 2 boxes with us and expend them, then we've already compensated for the loss of packing it into a carton. These boxes, I mean, you know, at least I can bitch about the fact that it's 20 bullets to a box. I can bitch about that, but at the end of the day, that does mean the boxes are easier to carry. At the very least, I can say that the devs have been fair about making the 20 bullet boxes way less than the 50 bullet boxes. Except for shotgun. Shotgun is now the heaviest ammo in the game, bar none. But it's, to be entirely honest, they could make shotgun weigh 20 encumbrance to the carton and I still wouldn't complain. Don't tell them I said that, please, because they'll do it. See this right here for patrol? This is why I love... This is why I love having a rifle on me. You do that. I don't have to run all the way down there and kill that guy. Now, of course, that will probably bring some unwanted attention down on me, but whatever. I want this road to be clear, because this road not just is going to take us back to where we were, but is also going to... Something about a thing with the stuff. I don't want to kill them in the road, so we're going to go over here. I seem to be surrounded. That's not a good thing. I'm surrounded from not all sides, just a 180-degree arc or so. There should be very minimal behind me. Emphasis on should. I'm gonna fall back anyway. I don't trust this situation. It's Irvington. I'm mostly targeting the fast shamblers with the rifle. The slow shamblers take so long to get to me that I'm not really as worried about them. Man, welcome to Irvington, I swear. Alright, fine. We're gonna use a few M9 mags. On my 6, back up. Ammo check. 2 rounds before this magazine is done, and then we switch off M9. Can't let them stand too close to my ambulance, because they absolutely will get close enough that I'll accidentally target my light bar. Yeah, I'm not doing that without falling back even further. I should use this concrete barrier to my advantage. But that means I'm going to have to make sure that I won't get so much hate from behind here. There's a lot of trees here that is going to make it hard to see. And A1 hay here is very insecure. There could be people between these trees or whatever. I had right about 100 rounds of 357 before we started this encounter, so that should be no problem. Yeah, this concrete barrier is going to be a very big help to us. It's just a low fence. When you look at it, think of it as a fence. And zombies are extremely vulnerable whenever they flip over fences, so... Oh yeah. That's why I love 8x scope weapons. Back lines, basically, I'm not shooting in the direction of my ambulance. This bitch over here in the brown shirt thought she could trick me. No, ma'am, you won't be tricking me into any friendly fire, not today. Imagine being worried about Project Zomboid friendly fire in single player. Like, there's animals and vehicles, and yet I am constantly concerned about both. I don't shoot very close to my own base in Riverside because that's where I keep my animals. And animals will get stressed into oblivion if you shoot too much near them. It doesn't even have to be, like, very close to them. It just has to be, like, within the same map cell. They'll hear it, and they'll get stressed, and they'll start breaking your shit. That's aminals for you. So, do we have a clean road going this way yet? I don't know. This is Irvington. This is Irvington. We can't say either way. The funny thing is, Irvington is not that much worse than Muldraw in terms of overall population. It's just that the Muldraw is a lot more condensed. So at least Muldraw, we have the excuse of everything's all packed together so that, you know, the zombies, whenever we kill a big group of zombies in Muldra, the reward, potential reward, is just so much greater because there's so many more things in any given area that we clear. This place, no. No, what did we get for just killing all that massive group of zombies? 3 houses here? A1 hay? I mean, what the fuck is A1 hay? There's nothing in there. It's hay. I can feed my animals grass. They're fine with grass. I don't need hay. Whatever. Maybe someday I will. Maybe someday grass will turn rotten if you don't dry it properly. We can dry grass right now, by the way, if you didn't know that. On the drying rack, those drying racks that take a day to dry herbs and vegetables and shit. Yeah. Yeah, we can dry grass with it, and it becomes hay. I'm terrified for the future. Whatever mechanics they have planned for that, I'm assuming they're going to make farming a lot more tedious. I just hope they wait until we have NPCs that can do that shit for us if they're going to do that. Now, this is not our turn. I just kind of went this way because while I killed all the zombies in the area, I might as well take a peek. I don't think either of these houses are going to have a basement. Yeah, okay. Well, this guy's got a duffel bag. I'm always down for a duffel bag. Alright, so we expended 2 M9 magazines. Empties into the backpack. Replace them with full ones in our kit. So we got 4 more loaded, but then we've got like an entire carton. So we are good on 9. I don't want to go too nuts with it. 9 is actually so valuable to me as a kill everything in front of me immediately weapon, just because, you know, high capacity, pretty damn good with headshots, and you can carry it on either holster. It's so valuable to me that I actually feel like it's wrong to expend too much of it before I get to aiming level 10. Unless I do like what I do in the early game. In the early game, I'll do a lot of fences negate that concern. Because even if you're like aiming level 1, a zombie that has just flipped over a fence, you can reliably kill them at range as long as you click the head right. The only thing that could defeat that would be something really stupid like fog. Or like maybe an injury or something. I don't think there ever was any animals in this field that were alive. All these cows spawned in dead because this is a looted and trash POI. And I'm willing to bet that they actually spawned in dead a while ago. Those cows are probably... they're probably already rotten. I don't know if there's a visual way to figure that out, but... yeah. It's subtle, you might not have noticed, but my attack speed is pretty low. That is because I'm carrying the rifle. Oh look, more dead animals, so we got a bunch of dead chickens to the south there. I have got a bunch of harvested chickens in my freezer right now, so there's nothing to be gained by trying to butcher those. I'm not I would not say no to more butchering experience, but I'm not going to fight 50 zombies for it. There will be plenty of things to butcher in the future. Okay, we've done our due diligence on this road. I don't think too many of the ones we just saw are going to make their way all the way out here to bother us. So we've got our shortcut, and this leads in the direction of both the house we want to look at and... I turned way too hard there. So much for my lovely, lovely ambulance. It's probably already in need of a new windshield. I'm just lucky I didn't get a fracture from that. I marked on the map where that house is. It is all the way down there. Okay. So I was technically correct when I said that, yeah. The best kind of correct, I suppose. Actually, it would be a lot better, because the gun club up here was so quiet. We should go back up there, and fight from that direction down Marino Street here. Ooh. A pool in this backyard. That is a strategic resource if you're somebody who would actually want to live in Irvington long term. Because that is a infinite water source right there. You know, I'm tempted. Yeah, I'm doing it. I can't pass up the opportunity. That is a step van that I just drove past. If it ends up being a step van with a pipe bomb in it, I just can't turn that. I can't turn that opportunity down. Hey, how's it going? We are doing a bit of an oddball stream today. Thursdays, we're normally going to be outside my remit. My badging situation is eventually going to make it so I can never stream again on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, but I'm not quite in that paradigm yet. And I might have to cut things short tomorrow, so I figured I might as well do one today. I have confirmed I won't have any distant obligations tomorrow. I do have a meeting at 11 tomorrow. So around this time tomorrow I will have to... Either I'll have to cut things short, or I might be able to get away with just pausing or turning off my mic for a bit. Ah, that sucks. Ah, that sucks. You let him 1v1 you IRL. Ooh. There's a fair bit of stuff in the trunk, and everything in this vehicle is looking good except the engine quality. Engine quality is garbage. Let's just smash him. Not interested in doing a key search right now. Oof. Oh, a 90% window right now. Oh, you're gonna do that to me? Yeah, they're gonna do that to me. Alright. Did I just used my elbow to break that window, and yet I didn't take any damage. It must be because I have elbow pads. So I'm an idiot. I thought I had my machete in my hand. I had my knife. Not a good thing. Shouldn't have done that. But yeah, let's see what we won. It was not a survivor car. We did win some good parts, though. Just gonna leave it kind of off to the side here. This is another thing to pick up. I don't think this was one of the ones that spawned in after the nerf. Yeah, it only has 102 in the trunk. After all those green numbers, that's enough. Okay. Ditch those guys off the side of the road if I can. You know what? Same principle. It's right in front of me. It's a heavy duty. Some neat stuff, but not much. Alright, now we're going past the school. There's a lot of Zeds here, and it's not really worth fighting them. I might fight this small group here, just because I want to make sure that this one with the duffel is not a survivor Zed. She was on me, but she lost interest. I'm going to put the rifle in my backpack, because I'm not going to be doing long distance shooting for a minute, and that will get me back into good weight. Nope, nothing in the duffel. But I'll take the duffel. Always down for another duffel at this point. My loot sorting is, yeah, definitely need loot sorting. Our target is going to be on the other side of this road and then into the next neighborhood. Yeah, next neighborhood isn't the one all the way down there. There's the school. Just because I haven't explored the territory back here. Gotta live up to my name. We just drove past the pool that I was talking about. I'm gonna have to plow this guy. So those sounds that you just heard, that was the sound of a couple of front hits, and I believe those are going to be hits to the tires. There's a pool right there. So we spotted two heavy-duty vehicles. No chances of... Whoa. That was not good. I tapped this. I tapped the fucking stop sign, and it counted as a side hit. Wow, okay. So this is the road that I was thinking about fighting down. But now that we have confirmed that that is a survivor house, I suppose we're going to need a place to sleep out in the field here. Could do worse than this place. Already got a bed with a pillow. Ooh, I see a key to the car here. But yeah, this is not, as far as places to sleep go, this house is actually not bad at all. It is surrounded by a low fence, which means anybody incoming from outside of the initial yard here is going to make noise on their way in. And that is, don't underestimate that. Noise that you can actually hear, not the bullshit of a bunch of zombies flapping a double tall fence that's not making noise for some reason. But of course, no gas. So this thing's basically useless. How are my blades looking? I mean, sword is still perfect. Machete is on its last leg. I should be using the sword more than the machete now. I had a goal to use this machete up, which is why I've been using it more than I have to. That goal is basically completed. We are not going to start discharging. I would like to secure this house before we bring a massive horde onto us. I mean, hell, because we've got our entire premises surrounded here by a fence, this is actually a great fighting position. I'm glad I can still do that. Now that I'm high level longsword, I can do that. I can hit a zombie while they're stumbling backwards. That did not make my analysis when I reacted rather negatively to the change of zombies, how long it takes them to fall down when you push them, or just when you push them. I reacted negatively to that initially, but ever since I learned how to do that, I've warmed up to it tremendously. See, when they made that nerf, or rather, when they changed that, it was at a time when targeting ragdoll zombies while they were on the ground was still a notable problem. But yeah, we're going to turn this house into a fighting position, and a place to sleep at night. Those two things go together like ham and pizza. As in, it works well if you know what to do with it. So my standards for a good fighting position means I can see things incoming from every direction. I'm gonna go ahead and not be too worried about the north. Never mind, I am. Look at that. Look at that. The moment I open my fucking mouth. Of course there's a bunch out in the field up there. I thought the north here would be okay because I didn't see anybody on the road, but that just means they were not in the road. They're out there next to it. Always check the other sides of tree walls like this one. Check the door already, right? Good thing that this bed, whatchamacallit, the pillow is in the corner there. I can't... Oh, no, I can. Only because I can no-clip into this part of the bed can I pick up that pillow. I'm getting tired because I keep cutting wood while I'm over encumbered. If I had dropped a little bit of weight, I would not have gotten tired anywhere nearly as fast. There's also there's a flip side to that. I'm also getting a lot of strength experience. Cutting wood while you're over encumbered is actually a very easy way to get strength experience. It's almost... I don't know how close it is to working out in terms of experience gain, but I do know that it doesn't come with the commensurate debuff to your... commensurate debuff to your target, or your muscle strain. But there's our fatigue kicking in. I think when you're fatigued, you don't get as much strength experience. I'm not sure about that part, though. We've got a lot of windows in this place. Four logs, that's 12 planks. I feel like that ought to be enough. And we have nails in here. Always carry around a box of nails as part of our field kit, which is the only reason that I got started on this project. If I had not been carrying around a box of nails, I wouldn't have even considered this. predict that this window right here is one of the most at risk, so I have no qualms with spending a few extra planks on it. Seeing as I had some extra. Just a little bit of wood cuttery left in the backyard. Oh, look at all this. Never mind. These trees are just clearing for line of sight blockage. At night, it's a lot easier to see exactly how these trees affect my line of sight, because during the day, the view cone is very subtle. That would really suck for a new player who didn't understand the view cone. It'd be a little harder to figure out exactly which trees block your line of sight and which don't. The correct thing is to trust nothing above a sapling. Sit down inside where it's safer. We now have a safe place to sleep on this side of Irvington, but more than that, we have a fighting position to assault the town from the north from, and that's a nice thing. I enjoy that. Knox News, July 1st. Yeah, I don't have first yet. Now I do. That's going in the backpack. I find it really, really funny that everything in this entire house can fit in a single drawer here. Alright. Looks like we are going to have some rain today. That is going to have a slight impact on our aim. I don't think I'm going to let that bother me too much, but it will kind of put me off from long-distance shooting a little bit. And that is what it is, where there's not much we can do about that. And yes, I am armoring up for this. The apron honestly just looks so silly. There's a part of me that wants to replace the apron with a blank texture, just so that I can wear it and get the protection from wearing it without having to see it, because it looks so silly. But that's fine. We're not getting that much more from it. My standard kit plus a full backpack of loot right now is actually putting me into such high encumbrance that I am losing health from it. That's sad and funny. So let's just take everything unnecessary out of my bags. Now what I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to put my, I'm going to go ahead and put my, satchel away. Because I can live without the satchel for, if we're just doing combat ops, which is what we're going to be doing for quite a bit now. I can live without the satchel. And that actually eliminates most of my encumbrance problems. Not all of them, but most. I will still be lightly encumbered, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Light encumbrance is what I'm basically accustomed to dealing with, no matter what. What? Oh, I can only fit 3. So I was wrong about that. I thought that the MSR 788 was 4 plus 1. It is 3 plus 1. I can't remember if it's always been that way. I have not used an MSR 788 enough. It feels like I always thought bolt actions were always 4 plus 1. Whatever. It wouldn't be the only long gun that got a nerf in the most recent patch. But before I start shooting, as much as I would love to start shooting right now, I'm going to have to deal with these guys back here. There's a whole group of dudes back here in the woods that will be coming at us from behind. Or at least some of them will be, if I start shooting now. And the group that I spotted might not be the only group, but we'll deal with whoever's back here. I know there's got to be more than just these two guys. I mean, there doesn't have to be, but at the same time, I'm going to keep my head on a swivel. There is an early warning system I could put together, a pretty easy one. If I just put some furniture behind me, they'll hit the furniture before they get to me. That's alright. I'm just going to keep my head on a swivel because that's the safest thing to do. So, something to keep very, very, very important in my head is that because I armored up, I am now very uncomfortable. I'll probably eventually get extremely uncomfortable. I know for a fact that at extremely uncomfortable, you're basically not regenerating stamina at all. which is why I don't armor up very often anymore, pretty much ever, while I'm doing melee combat, which, ironic. Extremely ironic. But yeah, we're in effective range of our 8x rifle here, and we are getting absolute shit of a crosshair. It should be like 1/3 of that size, so we're not going to be doing very much rifle shooting. Whatever, it is what it is. I could take the scope off and turn it into a medium range weapon. That would basically defeat the purpose. If I would do that, I would be much better off just using a M1A. But in any case, let's get this party started. We will open up with a rifle shot to get everybody coming over here. As predicted, they're mostly coming from the south. Just a regular duffel. Again, it's a clip-off. It's interesting that some of that group to the south never actually reacted. That's funny. One of them, a couple of them might be deaf or just really bad attention span. Now this one right here, even if she flips over the fence, still took 2 shots to down her. Yeah, like this guy with the gray hoodie, I might try to catch him as he goes over. Yeah, managed to nail that. So it's not entirely useless, even with the rain. This is why it's okay to do this even with armor on, because we're not actually burning that much stamina right now. Oh, that one standing up right there is just glitched. I think something with the ragdoll system glitched when I killed it, because it just, yeah. It just froze its current animation when I killed it. Now, it might seem like we're running out of targets for this particular fighting session, and that's true, but there is, it would take very little effort to lure more to us here. Now, that said, I think I will go ahead and ditch the armor, because I need to be foot mobile. I need to be able to fall back here as the situation calls for it. I'll risk a few pot shots like that one right there, because that was, that would have taken him forever to get to me. I mean, look at this. We're not even over encumbered right now. It's kind of amazing how quickly I can get rid of a lot of weight by ditching the field kit. But anytime I step even a short distance away from the ambulance, I feel naked without the field kit, so we won't be ditching it for long. I'll go ahead and put away the MSR 788. Let's go ahead and open up another box of 357. And let's take this armor off. The armor will be seen a lot more on us when we are doing the military research facility. I will not be going in there without wearing it. That's everything, right? Yeah. So now my plan is to make the Raven Guard proud. We're going to attack and fall back to our fighting position as the situation calls. It would be amazing if I was correct about my initial assumption and there aren't actually that many out here in this area. But that was just an assumption. And you know what they say about assuming. Makes an ass out of you and Ming. Now, I could blow the siren. That would get all these guys out of their hidey holes and into a nice wave moving towards me. And to be entirely honest, if it wasn't raining, I would probably do that. But now that it's raining and my efficacy with the rifle is measurably impacted, not even just measurably, observably impacted. Y'all saw that crosshair size. We are just going to see what we can get away with on foot. Okay, look at all that. Look at all that. I see the sea. So, we are going to pull the rifle back out. And we're going to do some attack, fall back, and attack again. Just a little bit, not too much. Don't need to do too much. A few shots will get everybody out of their bushes. Steady number of shots with a long rifle is more or less, I'm not going to say it's equivalent to an ambulance, but it will make as much noise. This is what we built the fighting position for. Now that's interesting. Even with the field kit, if I have the rifle in my hands and keep it there, then my carry weight actually is not in the red. Or it's just in the light red still. So if I just stay equipped with the rifle. This is another guy with a hoodie that looks like it might match my kit. Thank you, Anthony Trap. Hopefully you were not a trap like your name suggests. Now, by leading them this far on foot, we are going to separate the slow ones from the fast ones rather reliably, as it were. This is why while I'm running, even if I don't intend on using the rifle, I pull the rifle out. Believe it or not, a weapon is a lot lighter in your hands than if it's on your back. And just like that, the fast chamblers have made their way to my fighting position. But just the fast ones. We probably have not gone... We've not been steady enough for the slow ones to keep up. So we've got a split group. Whatever. Alright, folks. Step up and get flipped. I will probably use a bit of 9mm for this when they start getting... They're fast chamblers, so there will be a point where they... a lot of them are here at once. He body blocked the shot for her. What a kind gentleman. Get down, Mr. President. Right as the rain stops. Perfect. Ammo check. 9 rounds. Getting thicker here. Right as I pull out the rifle, here comes the rain. 9mm is up, to, down to 1 shot. Thank you, sir, for volunteering. And I thought we wouldn't get any slow ones. Look at that. Slow ones are here. Now, even though we've got our mask on, this is a fast track to getting sick. Just staying here all day next to these corpses. The time will add up. See this one right here over to the left? She's being polite and coming around this way. She didn't have to do that. Spotted a duffel in this group. Alexis Paris. That's a funny, Bart Shock. Seen some funny names here. See, these two right here are actually blocking my shot. So this lady down there by the rock who I'd love to shoot with the long gun. Oh, look at this. We are getting some interference from the left. Some of those that are coming from the left there, they might have actually been from the group that we've been pulling from the south this whole time. The zombies will randomly move in your direction, and when I say randomly, I mean like, it'll be like plus or minus 30 degrees in the correct direction. So it makes perfect sense to see some people coming from the south, but also the left there. And there is, we are now stage 1 sick, because we've been around corpses this long. So we are going to have to, or at least it's going to be healthier to just move forward and finish these guys off the old-fashioned way. I would say this place has definitely been worth the effort, though. Absolutely, 100%. Maybe I didn't have to clear out everything in this side, but what if a large group came at me from this side that I wasn't aware of? Well, one, that'd be a skill issue, but two, it would be very annoying to deal with because of if I had nothing but brush on that side. So we prepared for possibilities, even though not all of them, not many of them didn't occur. Alright, I feel confident bringing the ambulance forward at this point. Go ahead and put the rifle away for now. One replacement 9mm mag. How about not equip primary? Yeah, we only had a few shots left with the rifle anyway. You know, I should get a separate gun bag, separate military backpack just for long guns and long distance shooting now. I might as well. That makes sense to me. Because I do still, despite all the complaints that I've had for long distance shooting, I do still want to do it. It's just I need to use it situationally. And the situations don't always come up. Speaking of coming on up, right over the fence, please. Now, I'm willing to bet that we've, well, compared to what we just dealt with, we probably don't have quite as many to fight through before we get to our survivor house destination. They'll just be remnants, and then... I don't remember exactly how far away it was when we started shooting. I may have underestimated exactly how far away. These houses are really pretty. I've never actually been inside them before, but I'm just looking at... All I have to do is glance at that and see red carpeting and be like, yeah, that's pretty. Red carpeting is, you don't see that in every house. And these big windows, too. These are commercial windows, commercial-sized windows. Not that I like seeing them get broken, but that zombie was gonna break it if we didn't. Maybe not. But yeah, this is what I was looking at more than anything. More propane. One of these houses had a couple of heavy-duty vehicles. One behind that door. And I did want to peek at them. Those doors are kind of a meme. Impossible to unlock. There is no front or back to them. Is this it? Yes. These heavy-duty vehicles here, I wanted to check and see if either of them are probably not survivor vehicles, but I would love to run into one someday. Ooh, I just saw like clockwork. Ah, so this is an Electromax loot table. Not that that's particularly useful to us now, but that's better than nothing. Oh, we woke the guy up. Couple of good front windows. If nothing else, we have a few vehicles that could use them. Threatened me with another propane tank. Oh, look at that. This guy was a trap. I actually knew that before he got up, because my character knew that. I didn't, but I heard her heartbeat. She got panicked. Both of these propane tanks don't have much in them. Probably enough to refill a few torches, though. We have, now that we've locally sourced a little bit more propane, and we don't have to crack into our full tanks, we should have no problem ripping up a bunch of burnt wrecks, and then we'll have enough metal to make... Ooh, this is purple carpeting. Hang on, I need to mark this on the map, hang on. I don't currently have any use cases for purple carpeting, if for no other reason than the fact that I don't usually get enough of it to do anything significant. Purple carpeting is very rare. That's probably a vagrant that I'm hearing. Yeah, she's in this bush here. Get up. Alright, don't get up. But yeah, with wealthy neighborhoods like this, propane and propane accessories. And even some rare carpeting, which I, if anything ever made me come back to Irvington, it would be me building a couple of extra floors on my base at Riverside and being like, I want some more purple carpeting now. Which I cannot rule out. Now that our girl has survived the latest update, I feel a little bit more confident in her long-term survival. In terms of the save, right? The save persisting beyond the... This was the one we came through, I think. Interesting. This is the one we came through, and yet that guy was waiting for us behind a door. How did that happen? Alright, putting away the propane. And the windows. Speaking of windows. All right, destination is on the left here. Imagine just picking up a zombie so that its face is right in your chest like that. That is, I would never do that. I would drag them by their feet or never at all. It's just, it just never feels ever worth it. Like, I don't care how rest assured you think that you are that they're dead. This is a universe where the dead are rising from the grave. And, yeah, no. Look at all that. Nothing in the trunk, so it's not a survivor vehicle. But damn, this is the second Franklin Pauline we've found with just fantastic parts on it. What kind of performance tires? 96, 91, 84. Okay, so this is a guaranteed steal. That is, yeah, a 96 performance tire. That's actually probably better than what we have on the ambulance, even though the ambulance, well, recently had 100 quality regulars. So we are out of perishable food to eat. I was kind of hoping to be back at base by now. Brakes, performance sus, old tires, don't care. But I do want the glass work. Because that is some very okay glass work right there. Ooh, a 1911 with laser sights, dude! Holy crap. That is very lucky because we have, I'm pretty sure laser sights have only just been added. And, yeah. Okay, cool. Very cool. Glad that I stepped inside. I was almost ready to bail. I suppose a 72 windshield isn't that bad. I'll take it. I'm probably going to have the room for it. I mean, I'm going to be towing a vehicle with me, so I'll have all the room I could ever ask for. Yeah, this 1911 right now, because it has perfect condition, laser sight, and tritium pistol sights on it, it's actually better than my other 1911 that is literally built specific to be the best. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. But yeah, as much as I would like to take my time and continue exploring up here, we've got a target. It's right in front of us. And we've got no more perishable food. And a literal mountain of perishable food begging to be eaten. I do have a chocolate bar. Now I can't be shooting down here unless I want to unless I want to bring everybody who's going to come after I start shooting, which is going to be the school, the school horde. They will come through from the parking lot to the other side here. Tempting as it is, if I had more food, I'd do it. But the whole point of preserving my food is to eat it. Out of those trees. I should probably check to see if this Franklin Mulligan has a battery and or gas. I'm pretty sure it'll have gas, but not battery, but if it is technically a survivor vehicle, I believe. Yeah, okay. 57 in the trunk, despite being 85% integrity. That is... It's funny how they never made it so that these things had the broken trunks. I find that funny. In the ha-ha funny kind of way. It is still true that among the vehicles that were broken since 42.13 launched, these things technically had the most storage because you had 50 in the trunk and then 26 on all 6 seats. So if you're towing with it, that was more than you could ever get elsewhere. I have to predict that this is going to bring part of that group from the north. I should probably not be discharging up here, even though it looks like the... I'm tempted, but the fatigue just hit. Okay, you know what? Fatigue just hit. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this vehicle home with me. I'm going to take this vehicle home. We're going to get the rest of our perishable food that we want to eat. And as an overnight task, we will come back up here. We will finish the fight. And it'll be great. It's nice to see my fatigue waiting until 1730 to pop. That is around when it should. I think I can pull this off. Yeah, we're good. It's so much harder to maneuver around groups of zombies while you're towing something. Oh shit, wait a minute. I might not be where I thought I was. Fuck. Am I really... Okay, I wish I knew Irvington better. Skill issue. We can make it. We can make it. I know where we're at now, at least. This was not my preferred route, but this will work. Not bad. Not bad at all. Nice to see that YouTube has still seen fit to recommend me to at least 20 people today. For everybody joining, welcome. We're just Irvington operations continue. We are currently working our way towards a survivor house, which I believe is our last real target here in the city. Because we have hit all the other major targets that I had in mind. And of the minor targets, nothing is really speaking my language right now. We've got other things that I really want to hit, like the military research facility is coming soon in the not too distant future. Definitely sometime next week we will have broken ground for it. I don't know if we'll actually be going down the stairs, but we will be in that direction for sure. We are recovering this vehicle particularly because it is full of really pretty parts, some of which may be less pretty after all that damage we took from the towing op, but we'll be alright. And put this right over here with the other one. As you can see, we sacrificed a different Franklin Volline Exceeder for parts already. I would do it again. Home sweet home. This is our field base here in Irvington. You know, I was afraid there would be bigger problems with the tires. The windshield and the hood, yeah, I understand that completely. Regrettable as it is. Oh, there was gasoline in this already, I forgot. Yeah, we never unlocked it. That was for a specific reason. The windows are in pretty good condition, but I cannot install them. So what we're going to do instead is bash out one of the middle windows, because most, in fact almost all heavy-duty vehicles don't use middle windows. Only use Franklin Volines do. These things, I hate them very much. They are so weak they can barely move on their own impulse. If you're parked on sand, it will sometimes take these things like, I don't know, 3 or 4 seconds. I mean, look at this, just in the grass. Look at how slow that is. If you're going straight forward in the grass, then you're alright, but if you are trying to turn from a stop in the grass or the sand, that's gonna put you almost in a lockstep, or a, what should we call it? A wheel lock. What size is this gas tank, I wonder? That's a big one. That means we gotta empty it, because there's no leaving a big gas tank in one of those vans. That means I'm gonna need gas cans. Where have I been storing those lately? About 6 of them in here. That is exactly enough. Going to use the trunk of the ambulance to store vehicle parts from donor vehicles here. We came back here for food. Here's our food. So by taking 6 cans of gas, that is always going to be enough to empty even a big gas tank. This big gas tank in particular, I think, had 57 liters. We had carrying capacity for 60. Gas tank is now empty. That's the first part I'm pulling out. Performance muffler. 3 really good seats. God, I wish... Okay, so now that seats increase discomfort, or when you're sitting in cars you get discomfortable, I really wish they added a counter to that was based on the quality of the seat. Because right now, quality of seat does literally nothing. 0.1% condition seat, as far as I know, based on everything I know about this game so far, is functionally no different from a 100% condition seat. And that just, it feels wrong. Why even have seats removable if that's the case? I mean, I understand some reasons why, but at the same time, it just doesn't... There should be some more impact to that. Unfortunately, we don't have room in the vehicle for tires. We can fix that if we take some of this loot out. So my general procedure with propane tanks is to keep the empty ones, the partially filled ones, and the full ones separate from each other. So everything out here is partially full. Iron pipes, we actually have a destination. Those can go straight in here. Except we don't have room. So perhaps I'll take the floodlights out and put them somewhere else. Over here with the rest of them, perhaps. And here is a... That's a spare. This is what I was talking about earlier. This 1911 that's currently loaded and has got a gun light on it with tritium pistol sights. This used to be my best. But now, as is very rare to happen, the one that I just found is now my actual best. Very rare do I actually find one that is straight up better than what I already had. When it comes to attachments, at least. So now that this 1911 that I was using is no longer, well, I have a new perfect one, and now I have a backup one in addition to that, so that can stay here for now. Gun lights no longer really have that much of a niche, since laser sights are actually they go in the same slot. And so laser sights are far more useful. And there is no pistol that can take gun light but not laser sights. So gun lights I probably will not be using ever again. At least as long as I actually have a laser sight to use. And it is just about bedtime, which is great. Alright, a little bit past bedtime, but we are organized. Everything we brought home with us. As a overnight task, we're going to commute back to our field base. Tell me I left the ambulance running. I absolutely would do that. Now we're good. Doing vehicle work on the other side, so I'm going to move the lights. Honestly, these 4 performance tires, I'm probably going to put on the ambulance. Because the ambulance, despite having pretty good condition tires right now, they're all regular, and I want performance. But that means if I have another one on the lot that is better than 70% performance, like this one right here, it needs to go into the stack. What about over here? Performance, but I'll show performance, but one of them is not shit. In fact, this one's better than fossil, so this one, taking this one. We should actually keep ourselves hydrated. Some of the performance brakes on this one might actually stay. So deep lore on this propane delivery tank. This was my first step van right here. And I always have a special place in my heart for my first. So, yeah. Like, we found this, actually, okay, I take that back. This is one of my first decent step vans I found. And we found it, I believe, in West Point. And I believe it got beat up in our initial map exploration. It got so beat up that when we came down here to Irvington and found a replacement, we just used that replacement and left it behind here. But, yeah, this one is one that I can fix up and actually make good use of. Therefore, I will for the memes. Although, should I? That's a question that I don't have an answer for. Why is this thing moving? Look at that. Every like 2 seconds, it's taking a little jump to the right. At that rate, it might someday run into the, if I just randomly hear it ramming my generator, I'm gonna laugh really hard. But anyway, yeah, that was the deep lore on that step van right there. And that's why it will be getting my regular tires here from this vehicle. Regular tires are great for everything except trying to chill with. When it comes to brakes, surprisingly, condition is actually slightly more important than whatchamacallits, than category, right? So in a lot of cases, a slightly less percentage condition performance part will be better than a really high condition regular part. But in this case, with brakes, it feels like the scaling is different. I would take a 100% condition regular brake over anything short of anything under 70% for performance. That's an arbitrary number. I don't have the exact math behind it. Call it an informed decision. What did I do with the fourth one? There was a 77. Oh, the 77 is there. So what did I do with the other one, I wonder? Ah, there it is. Okay. Fell on the floor somehow. So instead of having like 95% and above regular tires, we now have a couple 90s and a couple of close to 80s of performance. And I like that. That is a trade-off I'm willing to take. Tomorrow morning before we depart, we are going to pump the tires up. I will come back to the glasswork later. Actually, I suppose it's fine. I will just, I'll just sleep, and we'll take it by ear. Alright, 245 salads. That'll be food for a couple days there. Day and a half, maybe. Been meaning to... I was talking about creating a rifle bag. Let us turn this... About the black one. Yeah, the black duffel here shall become our long rifle bag. So that means it's going to have the MSR 788 and some spare boxes of ammo in it. And we have good weather today, knock on wood. So I will go ahead and bring it with me still. Basically the whole point of establishing a separate bag for it is so that I don't have to carry it around if I don't need it because of weather or because I'm not doing active combat ops. Duffel bag, rifle. So before we can use this gas tank, we want to fix it. For that, we've got ourselves a welding torch and a steel sheet right here on the floor for this exact purpose. Look at that, we got a perfect big gas tank now. Who gets it? I think this one already had... Yeah, this one's got a perfect bag already. The second most valuable vehicle on... Or let's call it the third, right? So the ambulance, most valuable heavy-duty vehicle. Second is propane delivery for nostalgia purposes, but then third most valuable is fossil oil here. Anything with a light bar is more valuable than 342.14 storage levels. So this one, well, I mean, it's already got a big gas tank in it, so we'll fix that one up and slap it in there. Now, that being said, because we do have enough parts to go around, everybody can get glass work. And it looks like that is it for anything that needed glass work. So I'm going to go ahead and start... let's just use Kentucky Herald here as storage for heavy-duty vehicle parts. That makes sense to me right now. New-ish. We got it from the gas station here in Irvington. And that was a little while ago, so I don't know if I'd call it new, but it had like, I think 80% something in the engine, which is, in terms of my floss oil D6s, I think it's the best. I know I have one D6 back at Riverside. What is this one's quality? Oh, 87. Actually, yeah, this is best. This is one of the best D6s I have, if it was not for the fact that we lucked into this fire truck here, which has a very, very good one. Oh, we got some assholes. Hello. Hello, assholes. I have no idea if these are respawns or migrations. Probably respawns that migrated here. at some point in the not too awful distant future, after I've completed everything that I want to do here, we actually will be dismantling a few of these burned wrecks. Specifically for iron pipes, because we still cannot make iron pipes, and at this rate I'm starting to wonder if we'll ever be able to make them. It seems like it is not not a very difficult thing to add to the game. I could probably make a mod in one afternoon that would add the ability to make iron pipes in a way that is exactly what the devs are going to do someday. But I don't know that they're going to do that someday, and I don't like the idea of making a mod that adds a new item to the game. I am paranoid about updates breaking saves because of items that are not there and weren't there before. Remember, a new item adds something to your save data. Anytime something gets added to your save data that's not part of the base game, your stability is just guaranteed to go down. Will it always go down in a noticeable way? Maybe not, but it will. Your chances of a successful migration probably definitely will be going down. I think I might actually use the propane delivery vehicle as metalwork storage. That does actually feel like a good niche. And we also never yanked the suspensions off of this bad boy here. The brakes are regular, so I'm not too concerned about them. But suspension performance sus in the 80s is always a yes. And just for the hell of it, the seats, I might take those. There's no reason not to. Now, that being said, I was just talking about how brakes, I would rather take high quality or high condition regular over low condition performance. Yeah, if we're going to be taking the undercarriage off, that's exactly the bargain we're going to make right now. Let this one ever get harvested. It did. Okay, almost everything was pulled off of this. Southeastern Painting Services here was never exactly meant to be a donor vehicle. Well, actually, yeah, it kind of was, but kind of wasn't. TBA. The tires are regular, the brakes are regular. Sus is performance. Perhaps I will actually go ahead and take a couple of those so that the best brakes are on propane delivery. end up crossing the field? No. Okay. Perfect. Almost got the entire thing back up. Some of those suspensions probably belong in the trash. Nostalgia mission is complete as soon as we get this one installed. That is a vehicle that I wanted to fix up, is now all the way up to 88% condition. That is fan-friggin-tastic. So yeah, the stuff that is below like 50% straight into the trash. And I don't really care about the seats on the floor. that, yeah, we don't need to worry about that. They're out of the way. That's the important thing. Since we got good weather, take the rifle out, why not? We got some respawns or migrations of some kind in the area. We'll plink them as we see them. Except for that one's right in the middle of the road. We ended up spending a little bit more time on vehicle stuff than I wanted to. It's already 1400. I turned too early here. It's the next turn. Suppose I could shoot a few of those guys. Oh, great. If I keep moving up and shooting, it's going to start causing more and more problems because as we get closer to the residential zone, I think we're okay there, though. I don't know. All I can say is it's a good thing all the cows in that field are dead because otherwise the gunshots would have scarred them for life. Oh, you know what? I missed your other message before. No. Unfortunately, this is a, that Fossil LD6 was last patch. If only. Be so lucky. Alright, we don't need to get out and kill nobody. After this point. Well. No, for now we're good. I was going to take that step van home with me, but now that I've found that Franklin Pauline, I'm less interested in that step van now. So we were really close to getting to the destination, which is good because, well, we're really close to getting fatigued already today. But yeah, that's right up here and on the left. Just have to fight that big group to the north and anybody who backfilled behind us there, of which there appear to be a few. Now, do I shoot? Questions, questions. We do have a really good fighting position here. It's just like what we spent time setting up earlier, except there are very few trees, well, relatively few trees and bushes to annoy me. But if I start shooting now, that's going to bring them from basically every direction. So we recently did learn that basements of survivor houses don't necessarily equal basements full of survivor house loot. But I haven't confirmed that that's a hard and fast rule all the time, or if we just have witnessed a few exceptions. Now, I know the layout of this house because it is a same layout as one of the houses in Muldraw that I like to set up. I used to like setting up base in a long time ago. That was a long time ago, like pre-B42. Yeah, we might actually be able to get away without having to kill that group to the north, and I'm perfectly okay with that. I'll go ahead and put the rifle away for now. Bathroom and bedroom. Multiple or nah? Probably not. Come on. Okay. Let's start seeing what we got here. 3 magazines. Some armor schematics that apparently I haven't read. I'm pretty sure I know how to make bulletproof shin armor. And yet the game is telling me that that is a readable thing. Yeah, I'm just gonna take those. Skinny leather pants. I know I have at least one copy of those, but always glad to take a few more. White knee pads. I might not actually have those. I remember needing white pads of some kind. It was either knee pads or elbow pads. I think it was elbow pads. It's a tragic thing that level 10 tailor can't convert knee pads to elbow pads. That should be a very easy thing to do, even without being level 10 tailoring. I could do that IRL. It probably would not be that comfortable, but it wouldn't be that difficult. Oh, tortilla chips don't have freshness anymore. Thanks, game. Or thanks, Dev. Thank you for that. Hey, another laser sight 1911. Beautiful. It's another spare laser sight to work with. So I have no comprehension at the moment whether this is a early game or late game, but so far I'm not seeing anything that I would not have found in an early game Survivor House. No, she didn't die. The video was basically a very interesting situation where we went about 8 minutes straight without knowing for sure whether we had died or not. So it was an interesting conundrum, but no, I'll go ahead and spoil it. Oh man, another explosive schematic that doesn't include pipe bombs. But no, I'll go ahead and spoil it. We did make it, but yeah, we couldn't tell for a little while there because we kept getting stressed and sick from things that we weren't sure if it was because of an infection or not. So we kept fighting, but for a second there, I was like, oh, look at that, I'm stressed. Oh, look at that, I'm sick, and both happened right around the same time. So, but no, it was just fences and corpse piles. Last container here. And of course not. So yeah, definitely does not feel like a late game Survivor House. To be honest, it could have been a late game Survivor House. We just had really shit luck. But no. Technically speaking, a late game Survivor House is one of your only other shots at a M16. Other than a Survivor Zombie or, fuck if I know. I actually can't think of too many things. And while I'm in here, because it's residential and there's lots of stuff, I will go ahead and wash up. Been a little while since we've had the sufficient spare water for a bath. I have not been doing it with my base water for obvious reasons. We've had a drought for probably more than half the amount of time I've been here. Now we will check the basement, of course, but I have no expectations for it. Now, I don't feel like dismantling a door, so I'm not going to. Instead, I'm going to sledge one of the internal walls out. Because I can always do this. That doesn't guarantee that there wasn't a Zed down there and is on its way upstairs now to ambush me around that corner. But I will take that circumstance over a doorless entrance to a basement with this many zombies wandering around out front. No. No, I'd prefer to not have to, And I think it's going to be, look at this. It's one of those real small, shitty basements. bunch of paint. We can pour paint on the ground now. Green is one of those colors that's actually surprisingly rare, at least just in my experience. It's probably just a me thing. But this has seemed to be consistent across multiple builds, where I would not actually find very much green paint. Actually, if I take that, we could make use of that freezer. We could make use of that freezer. If I take one freezer and one of the double freezers, then I can, that could be me shutting down the freezing generator at Riverside. Yeah, no, I'm rapidly moving in that direction. At least it depends on the town, right? I don't have enough freezers on this side of the map. If I was closer to Riverside, I would definitely not bother with that. Okay, are we done here? We are... Yeah, that was all containers. Yeah, okay. Surrounded by zombies the whole time, and yet never attacked. It was a gamble, but it worked. So we're about to say farewell to Irvington in general here, because I have seen what I want to see. We have nailed what I want to nail. And we've got other things to be interested in. So Irvington, I suppose technically this falls into the category of Irvington. The Speedway is next. We're going to see if we can find ourselves one of them race cars. For that, we will actually make use of the house that I slept in once already as a waypoint. I'm not doing house by house in Irvington. If I wanted to do every residential target ever, we would never have made it to Irvington in the first place. We would still be in Muldraugh right now if I was going to do every house ever. That is why I mentioned specifically I've seen what I want to see. Now that being said, we don't have too much else to do before we go to sleep, and our bed is right here. I might actually check a couple of basements in these houses here, just because basements are a little bit more valuable than standard residential. I'm going to convert what's in my backpack into some garbage bags. House with a water pump. Neat. Good to know. Napping 3 is not what we need. We need napping 2. It took me a minute to remember that again. I'm going to leave this on the road because I have no idea if I will need most of that on at our destination. And it's mostly non-essential stuff. Okay, that's getting irritating. I'm so used to our character just moving to the destination if she can't place things. Now it just says, don't. No, you can't. And that close, too. Alright. All non-essentials out of the trunk. To kill anybody local here. Or let them get up. So we'll just stage 1 fatigue. In all honesty, I probably should. I'm weighing the pros and cons of stopping by the base again. I have to assume there's more where he came from. Great, an arts and crafts basement. That's a lot of encumbrance worth of stuff here. It is looted and trashed, so it won't be as much as an unlooted and trashed basement of this caliber. A perfect performance tire for heavy duty, just sitting right there on the ground. Unbelievable. Did they fix these? They fixed them. Braziers have been fixed. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, they haven't been fixed so much that we can actually fucking pick them up, but they do actually function as a fireplace now like they're supposed to. Do I really want another full set of arcade equipment from a basement like this? Kind of. It's right in front of me and I have the ability to take it. Whenever I have the ability to take it, I kind of want to. I did the thing again. Tell me I lost my glasses. Tell me I lost my Okay, I didn't. Oh, God. So, it was right in a basement just like this one, the exact same layout. I accidentally did what I just did. I ran in the general direction of the stairs, and she decided to vault over and I lost one of my favorite hats because it fell through the floor in a basement. Thankfully, we didn't lose anything this time. Perhaps I shouldn't tempt fate. It would significantly over-encumber me to try to carry all this stuff out. And yet I want to. Sometimes I just can't help myself. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and sleep, and I'm going to do a drop-off back at base, and then I will come back out here with a clean trunk once more. I never even filled the tires with gas or with air. Perhaps it's a good thing that I don't actually try to clear every basement that I see, because I kind of lack the self-control sometimes. That's a full trunk, so this is worth it now. Let's take Peach Street here down to Dempsey, and then I would like to fill up our gas tank before we deploy. So this will work, I suppose. Anything but first, rather, fuck. This is not the turn I was supposed to take. That is not the first time I've made that wrong turn there. Should be the next right. We're supposed to stay straight until we get to the diagonal road. Then we turn straight south. There it is. And was it straight south or no? We're supposed to go this way first. Whoa! That guy. Okay. Yeah. Skill issue. Wasn't paying attention. I could blame the street light, but no. No, I've made that excuse before. It was a street light that almost cost Annie her life. The one time Annie had a scratch from a zombie. I'm off-roading in Irvington. I don't know this town well enough, so I am not making the correct turns here. I'm so used to knowing the map so well that I don't usually struggle like this. Am I even trying to do something that's going to work here? Kinda. No, I can make this work. Woodlawn Drive here is the one that has the big apartment complex. And I think I can... Yeah, I can work with this. I understand a little better now why that apartment complex had such a big fence to keep out the trailer park trash here. But now I turn north right here and there's my gas station. Alright. I've been at this for about 5 hours here. So on the meta today, my plan is... We'll keep going for a bit. I would like to break ground on the military research facility, or at least be ready to at the start of next stream, if I can do that. Now, we've had problems here before. That's where that video came from. I have taken a few steps to mitigate those problems. So for now, the generator down here is a little bit off position, but we also have barriers, so there will be no more zombies coming between the pumps to surprise us. That doesn't mean there won't be one coming from the left or the right, though. So, as always, vigilance. So much for having a clean road. It's because I've been avoiding this road, actually, that there are zombies there. So with the discovery of that 100% performance tire, we will now have... Every tire on this ambulance will be 80 or above and performance. However, that also means that we will have no choice but to get some air in the tires, because the one we just found is going to be, the one we just found is going to be empty. Like brand new ones tend to be empty. So 196, 90, 84. Sounds like a pretty good lineup to me. But as soon as we wake up tomorrow, we will need to remember to pump the tires. Possibly, depending on your time zone. One of my longest viewers, Hassan, he is in a time zone that is exactly opposite of mine. So whenever I do a stream that starts in the morning for me, it'll be starting in the evening for him. He'll go to sleep, he'll wake up, and then I will be streaming still the next day. And I find that to be quite fun. I never did pump the tires, that's why that feels very weird. But That's okay. I would rather pump them inside than outside because we do actually have some respawn activity in the area. So I'll just take my pump. We will leave that tire out here with the other one. That is pretty good performance right there. Just gonna finish off the salad now. It's several days old. Put away this muffler. That does it for the vehicle parts. And we just picked up some furniture that we got to do something with. I already know where I'm putting the jukebox, right there next to the other one. See, this is how you guys know that I was that I was doing another basement just like the one we found, because we are coming home with exactly the same stuff from it. Okay, that's all of the loot removed from the trunk. Got ourselves a big old game room now. I'm totally okay with that. And we're a little bit late, but off to bed we go. A fair bit of the loot that I picked up from the survivor house in this bag here is slated for something to be done with it. Some of it's going back to Riverside, some of it is not. Like this iron pipe, for example, that can go straight in the trailer here. Iron pipes are allocated for building our the gates at our new base when the time comes for that. That should actually be in the trash. Let's just turn this garbage bag into an RTB bag. It doesn't feel right to have this backpack here be my RTB bag. It really doesn't feel right. We have no need to RTB with another shotgun, so that can stay here. Magazines and photo books. Ice pick. And yes, all these magazines have been read. Magazines that you've already read for the skill point is, or for the recipe unlock, those are still somewhat valuable for their, you can reread them and get stress reduction, so you can, they're basically reusable, stress reduction magazines. I mean, even the regular stress reduction magazines are also reusable. mag is, or the, whatchamacallit, empty mags here. Those can go in this bag. I'm going to take my sleeping bag with me so that I have a place to sleep out in the field. I could do worse than actually keep this pot, too. If you have to improvise with your cooking, a cooking pot is probably the single most versatile of all the cooking utensils, in my humble opinion. Yeah, okay, this is fine. So this garbage bag is a RTB bag. It can go somewhere conspicuous, like right there. And when I mean RTB, I mean like when we go all the way back to Riverside, which is not too awful distant future here. In fact, we have a slated RTB in a couple days, don't we? Let's check this. Yeah, I kind of just put 9.5 as a projection. Right now, we are past all harvests. Yeah, we are past all harvests. I am not concerned about getting to harvest crops anymore. But I am... What am I? I am something. So if I take these 4 fruit salads here, that is food for 2 days, assuming that they don't go bad. I think they're going to be fine. I got them in the fridge, or I got them in the freezer right after I made them. And with that, everything is out of my fridges and into my freezers here at base. So nothing here is at risk of spoilage. I'm starting to wonder if laser sights are going to be hard to find in the future, because we've found 3 of them in the space of a single stream here. 3, actually 4, I think. I'm starting to lose track, that's the point. We have found many. But yeah, the reason we're taking our sleeping bag is because we may just want to set up camp somewhere. KTO did mention that there is a place to, or that there is a house with a water pump, but I don't know exactly where. We'll see about that. May or may not use that. No, I probably will want to take my bomb bag here. Probably will want to take the bomb bag. And I might want to make a few bombs. Yeah. Because we're going to be doing lots of zombies up there. Like a literal metric fuck ton of zombies. Just going to leave the duffel bag here because it's really heavy. Do a little bit of dismantling. We do not dismantle remote controls anymore, as a general rule of thumb, because we need an intact one if we want to make another remote controller. So pagers and TV remotes are generally off limits for disassembly. Okay, We are going to make 3 aerosol bombs. Except we don't have a mortar and pestle. We were supposed to pick one up when we went to Riverside, and we didn't. I don't know about taking the Speedway without a bomb. Theoretically, I can do it, but I don't know about doing it in a timely manner without a bomb. There is probably a threshold at which it would be better to just go find some clay and literally make a mortar and pestle. In order to do that, we need a spinning wheel or a press. I actually can't remember. Shit. But we can look in the crafting menu now. So go to crafting menu, show all recipes. Sculpt mortar and pestle is done at a pottery wheel. So we need a pottery wheel. Then we're going to need 22 clay total. Because we're going to need to make a advanced kiln, which we can do if we have 20 clay and a trowel, which we have a trowel. So we need to go find 22 clay. That is not easy in this area. There are no large bodies of water in a reasonable distance. If I wanted to drive all the way down KY 79 here, I know there are some lakes to the south there. Well, okay. Let's make a day of it then. I could afford to take an entire shipment of stuff to MRF Prep. And that would be a useful thing to do right now. Yeah. Okay. Now, with that in mind, I feel like we're going to make what we're going to do is... Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly... Okay. Brain is going a little faster than what I can articulate. What we're going to do is some logistics today. A lot of logistics today. Now, if I'm going to take a shipment to MRF Prep, I feel like metal would be higher priority. And another question is, do I want to just leave this garbage bag full of RTB at Rosewood? And the answer to that is most likely yes. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. So this garbage bag of RTB is going to Rosewood, because it costs us very little time if we just want to make a, if we just want to make a drop-off in that direction. And I never did fill the tires. Sometimes I lack the focus for this game, as silly as of a statement as that might sound, especially to those of you who've been watching me for a while. I tunnel vision way too much on certain things, to the point where I forget about the other things that I wanted to do, some of which may be more important than what I'm tunnel visioning on at the exact moment. But now that I have decided we're going to be doing a logistics traversal, I can leave a couple of these salads here, because we're not going to be away from base quite long enough for that to be, for us to need multiple days of food. So let's, before I forget again, inflate tire, especially this one. This one's 0. So I think in the meta, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this traversal. That's gonna take a minute. We're going to. We might go back to Riverside after this, because we're already going to be a part of the way there if we have to go this far. So we might go ahead and go back to Riverside. Calculating. I'm going to leave this blue generator at Rosewood Base. Yeah. This duffel is for MRF. I think we can afford to fit most of the rest of this stuff that I wanted to bring. Might be tight. In fact, it absolutely will be, but that's okay. Got about 20 left. There's our sink. Perfect. We will now have a little bit of room left in the trailer. I think this is going to work out nice and swell because, how do I have this extra box of 762? What's going on there? That should go in here. Perfect. And now this weapons bag is going to stay here. It needs to stay with me anywhere that is going to be my primary base location. We're going to make a trade here. Instead of 3 floodlights, we're going to do 1 floodlight. Something else here. Okay, so now we have the freezer space in here. There's a popsicle freezer and 2 chest freezers. That is enough freezer to establish a mirror of what we currently have running at Riverside. So if I wanted to stop by Riverside and shut down the generator there for good, well, or until we start moving back in that side of the map, I am now capable of doing that. Perfect. Okay. Now, quite separately, we're also going to take the bed. We can put half of it, along with floodlights, into our backpack. The other half we will hand carry. If we drop something first. Okay. We are going to be full to the brim. 100% of everything we can possibly carry is going to be full. And that's exactly how I like to do it if I'm going to do logistics. This is going to result in us being miserable if we stay in the vehicle too long, because that is what happens now. Yeah, we're pretty close to Point Baguette here. Ay, Dios míos. Will I be back here? I will be back here again after this drop-off, before we go to Irvington Speedway. But if I'm going to be going back to Riverside, I might not go back to Riverside after all. Yeah, we're not doing that yet. We can afford to put it off another couple days. It will be alright. Okay, so on our way out here, we're going to blitz. Not stopping for any zombie. It's because we literally can't. We're carrying too much. We're going to go right past them. We're going to go up the road to the MRF. Do a drop-off there. If those guys were not all in the middle of the road, I would have shot them. But I don't want corpses on this road if I'm going to be going back and forth on it. These pigs are still alive. Now we're going to stay on this road for quite a bit. We will turn north at the point of... there will be a rather unique looking, sideways looking road. That is the road that we're going to take to get to the MRF drop-off. If anybody doesn't know what I mean by MRF, Military Research Facility. It's an operation I've never done before, and I'm possibly massively over-preparing for it. I don't care. I'm treating it like I did with Louisville. I'm treating it like a very hard in-game objective, because I'm pretty sure it is once you get into it. I have heard conflicting reports on how many zombies may be outside of it. It might be actually not that populated outside. It might be all just, below ground inside. I don't really care. I'm keeping things flexible enough so that I can, I'm capable of, where I'm dropping off all these supplies, it's just at the mouth of the road. How far down that road do I bring the supplies? That's to be decided. And I am okay with leaving that ambiguous for now, because then I can just go back to the end of the road and pick things up instead of actually leaving the area. Worst case scenario, if I over-prepared massively, then some of the stuff that we stockpiled there will come with us in the direction of Louisville. That's just all, once we're done with the MRF. But yeah, that is the meta plan for... It's probably going to take several streams before we are done in this side of the map. But then, of course, going to Louisville. I enjoyed it tremendously last time on Annie. I'll never be able to replicate that first-time experience of discovering how to progress through the place. I will enjoy seeing if my methods hold up between patches. That will be fun. Fuck no. I'm never playing this game solo at high pop. If I play high pop ever, it would be a group effort in multiplayer. I am perfectly content with the balance of zombie spawning right now in default. It does feel balanced. But yeah, no high pop, no sprinters, none of that shit. Not for me. Not by myself at least. That would only be a thing I would do when the enjoyment of doing it as a group overwhelms the struggle of having to solo everything. Maybe I'll do pi times population. Just for the memes. This right here now is, if I'm not mistaken, this is the neighborhood that leads to the water treatment plant. We're going to consult B42 map for that. Yes, it is. Okay. So I was thinking of the correct place. We might not have to go all the way down to the water treatment plant just to get a little bit of clay. That's fine. To be entirely honest, all these bodies of water should have a few chances for deposits. And we don't need that much more than a few deposits to get 22 clay. Jesus. I accidentally turned a little too hard, almost planted into a tree. Dios míos. I am very curious if being over-encumbered in the cab of a vehicle like this increases your chances of getting hurt when there's a collision. That sounds exactly like something the devs of this game would do. Possibly not even intentionally. I know that the devs have systems in place that are producing results that they didn't actually intend, but they're just rolling with it. I still have not confirmed if the silent zombies are one of those things. The silent zombies, the ones that don't make any noise when you lunge. There's been no acknowledgement of it in any of the updates, and yet it has survived an entire patch cycle. It's still here, no change. The ones that were introduced in 13.0. Back when I was still learning about them, I almost completely fucking forgot that we, it was one of my viewers actually had to remind me of this in the comments, that we did actually take a torso laceration on Nora. It wasn't necessarily that I didn't want to remember that, but I think it was just the early game rush of things, and the fact that Nora taking that hit was what taught me that we had completely silent zombies now. But yeah, that the impetus for that attack is still going strong. And here it is. This is the dirt road that will eventually lead us to the MRF. As you can see, we're going to need to come back with more axes. We have some axes already. In fact, we're bringing a shipment of them now. The fire department in Irvington has been emptied of its Ah, right. So I'm doing the thing here. So everything on the floor right here totals 130 encumbrance, and I should maintain this trend. So we're definitely going to do that right here. Now I don't have to be as strict with it. The reason I went with 130 encumbrance is because the that was the max we could ever get out of any vehicle at the time. But now we are under no such limitations. I don't think I'm gonna need this on my way to the... Interesting. I may want to take one extra generator with me to the MRF. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Nah, that's alright. I had a really dumb idea about generators at the MRF. They damage you if you are in the same room with one when you turn it on, but what if I just walled one up in its own room? It would be really silly, but I could do that. I could do that, and I'm pretty sure that wouldn't hurt anything. But I don't know, I've never tried. And of all the times to try something like that, the MRF is probably not the best place to try something like that. I'm gonna defer that. Yeah, I'm not doing that right now. I did bring the other side of the bed, didn't I? It kills you in seconds. Well, that's the thing. I mean, if you just make a like a little, like just a 2x2 room, right? 4 tiles, and yeah, I've never seen it. I've never seen how quickly it kills you, so I don't know if this is a realistic. But I mean, like if you make it so that now, and there's another question: do you have to be inside the room in order to take damage? What if you're outside the room through an open door? Or does the carbon monoxide still travel through open doors? Because there are other things in this game that you would think would travel through open doors that don't. I feel like this is one of those things that the devs will have gone through a cycle of nerfing things that the players try to get away with. That being said, this wouldn't be the first time at the forefront of that fight. What have we got so far? That's 65. Make that 85. Make this 115, or no, 105. And so one more piece of furniture, like the sink, and that would be 125. And look at that, everything on the floor here is a full trailer. So we can maintain the trend. It's not too hard. Yeah, it's not something that I would want to test for spread, unless I had a very, very, very well controlled environment. I would probably want to do that in debug mode, to be honest, because that is, why would I want to risk a 300-hour character on that? It just doesn't make sense. Now, do I want this Stars and Stripes flag for my base? I think the answer to that is going to be yes. Let me know how that goes if you get around to it. That would be an interesting thing to know. Because, I mean, like, basically, if you can reach a generator through an open door, then that negates any problems that I can think of. You got to be able to reach it through an open door, and then make sure that the death doesn't travel. And now everything that's in the trailer itself, we can just dump on the floor. I actually am going to go ahead and cut a couple trees. We're not going to go too hard with this, but I would like to have more space on the side of the road here. So now the contents of the trailer shall be dropped on the floor right here. Except for this coffee. Yeah, except for this coffee. This actually should be in my combat bag. Alright, got that stocked up. Now, it's going to be bedtime already by the time we get back to, or by the time we get to our drop-off point at Rosewood here. And I'm going to drop off the generator and that RTB bag that is meant to go back to Riverside. Because I do think we're going to go in this direction, on our way back to Riverside when the time comes for that. So we'll be passing by Rosewood, anyway. There's the fatigue. may have slightly underestimated exactly how far down this road I have to go to get to Rosewood. Really? Of course this would fucking happen. There haven't been respawns in Rosewood for a very long time. But now that I show up in Rosewood fatigued, of course there are respawns now. Absolutely, yeah. Now, last time there were a few down south here, which is whatever. But I mean, fuck. Am I drinking a coffee and killing them? Am I gonna kill them with the, what if I don't drink a coffee? What if I kill them with, something else? There's something else I can kill them with here. I would probably not want to do it with the ambulance, though. Don't have my cue in for the local area. I could just shoot everybody. That's something I can always do. And I think it's something I'm going to do. Yeah, we're just gonna shoot everybody. I might want to get the, yeah, we're going to get out the rifle. We have it. We might as well. I'll have to answer the difficult question of, do I care about corpses in the gas station parking lot here? And, the answer is yes, asterisk. To be honest, this was not a place that I pegged at high risk of respawns. The initial spawns here were pretty light. But actually, no, now that my memory's kicking in. The specific gas station itself was not was never the problem. It was always the woods nearby. One south. I know there were a lot more than that up there. Fuck did they all go? They're up here, and that's what bothers me. It's a question of which trees are they hiding behind. I literally have all coffee right now, so I'm probably okay with drinking some. But I mean, if I can kill all these guys without drinking the coffee, I will do so. There's no need to drink the coffee if I, Tell me that was all of them. There's no way. I mean, that was a lot of gunshots. If there were more, they should have made themselves known by now. I mean, big should. I mean, there's this guy down here. Of course, he's late to the party. And here's his lady friend. Well, we still have about an hour before I really should be going to bed, so we're gonna use that hour to get things sorted out here and maybe give people a chance to show up down here. To be honest, a lot of this was meant to go to, Yeah, a lot of this was kind of meant to go to the, staging area for the, MRF. I could take another shipment. Let me do some mental math here. We've got... two garbage bags is what we'll take back. One of the reasons I had this stuff in this trunk was because I never assumed that I would find a trailer. I just assumed I would never find it, so that's why this is empty. I'm also thinking this vehicle might be where I'd go ahead and put the blue generator. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to put the blue generator and this RTB bag in woodworking here. Woodworking is a vehicle that I want to bring back to Riverside eventually, just to have a van with a 100 quality engine. That's just something I want. There isn't even that deep of a meaning behind it. I just want it. can't fit an RGB bag right now because I don't have enough trunk space. I could put it on the passenger seat, I suppose. Yeah, this passenger seat is unmolested. Alright, ready for bed. Standard, heavy duty, but old. Okay, not really anything worth even looking any deeper into. Yeah, this is basically just a animal trailer repair lot. I don't know how much I'm going to want to use a wood axe versus a fire axe. There are pros and cons to both. Wood axes do trees faster, but you also get tired faster. It takes a few more swings with a fire axe, but I think overall you don't get tired anywhere near as fast. Like, I think you can knock out many, many more trees with a fire axe. But that might... Oh, look at that. Look at that. Found the zombies. Yeah, alright. I'll kill them. Fuck it. I mean, I can kill them with melee now. All those gunshots. Now you make yourself known. I told you they were still here. It's just relatively baffled that they waited all night before showing up. Now we're gonna find that clay and then return to Irvington. Hopefully it's not going to be too difficult. Now, what I will do is when we go out to start picking up the clay, I'm going to take my camping kit with me just in case. Like if I get all the way out there and it takes longer than it should, or, I don't know, something stupid happens. This is a situation where the camping kit would be useful because there's not going to be very many reliable houses to... Well, I also don't know this area. I don't know this area. I could be talking shit. There might be some easy to secure houses that I don't know of. But for now, I'm just assuming every house is going to have more fight than it's worth. I mean, hell, at this rate, it might be close to 4 AM by the time I get down there to begin with. This is it, right? Yes. I don't know if I've ever actually gone back this way before. Usually if I'm going this way, it's because I'm returning north. And then when I return from the north, I always come down south. Now that I think about it, when I go back to Riverside, I kind of want it to be in a race car. That kind of feels like a target worth setting. It also sounds dangerous, but it sounds like a target worth setting. From this point onward, we're going to be driving parallel to a bunch of lakes. Can't see them from here, though. Didn't realize that I would have back entrance to this house here. It doesn't sound like a good idea with a trailer, though. Especially if I don't know what it looks like. Yeah, that house has been looted and trashed, too. think I tried this garage once already. Of course it's locked. I might just sleep in the basement there. Because I need to sleep, and I would like to sleep. Not yet at the point where I can sleep anywhere, though. I need to pick up a pillow. There it is. Oh, great, the fire spread down here. So this is probably not a safe place to sleep. I was hoping that there would be some rooms down here. Oh, never mind on that. Whoa. This burned houses are actually pretty dangerous for somebody who is clumsy and accidentally jumps through anything that she can possibly jump through. Interesting. The next house is intact on the lower floor. But the further in we go, the more chances of zombie we run into. This is an event house. Yeah, it's a law enforcement event in there. I can tell by the cop with the shotgun on his back. What does that mean for me? I'm not combat ineffective. I can kill them all. Just come on out here, take a seat. Oh, key to the house. I'll take that. I actually need a key ring. Yeah, all this time Irvington hasn't had its own. There's going to be at least 3 or 4 more in here, knowing the event that I'm thinking of. Hello. Hello. Ooh, that's yet another hoodie. That is a very close match to mine. I'm taking it. Open and eat doesn't seem to work. Multiple times I've tried that now. Oh, that's interesting. This is one of those houses that's full of furniture you can't walk through. Upstairs, I have to assume there's a few. Check the open doors first. Okay, got a safe place to sleep up here. I almost just casually walked into this room. That would have been a bad idea because this room had curtains closed, which sometimes, well, that doesn't always mean anything, but I feel like that means you have a higher chance of somebody randomly being in here. No idea. We already got a pillow on this bed, so this is the winner. Alright, we are hungry, we need food. Never would have had thought that I would have a safe place to sleep on this side of the map, but now I can do it. I have no room whatsoever anywhere for a shotgun that is not full integrity, so it's fine. I've taken the ammo, and that's the important part. We're going to do everything out here on foot. I need to take the sack from my field kit so that I can pick the clay up. Without a sack, I can't actually pick the clay up. This is one of many reasons that I now carry around a sack as part of my permanent field kit. And in my satchel here, we've got our entrenching tool. So that is that'll get us the clay. And we're going to kill these guys just because they're near my driveway. We haven't solved the food problem, and I would prefer not to eat into my emergency non-perishables. So let's just solve this problem the easy way. doesn't bode well. I don't see any clay deposits down here. Ah, there we are. Okay. We are in business. They're not as plentiful as I'd hoped, but we don't need plentiful. We need 22 clay. That should easily be doable. We get an average of... Actually, no, there's no average. We get 8 clay from each sack, which means just 2 more of those. And that will serve as a minimum. And keeping the shovel in my hand is not the worst thing in the world. Shovels are axes in terms of what type they are, what type of weapon they're considered. And if I'm going to be going blind into places like this, I prefer to have a good weapon in my hand. Doesn't look like it, but there actually is a little bit here. It's kind of hard to spot, but there is a, it's like a little line right there. So that is a bare minimum. I'm just going to do a circle around this, lake, pick up anything else. Oh, look at all that. Most of it was on this side, it seems. Wait a minute, that was dirt, not clay. Weird. Hey Hassan, how you doing? We're doing all right today. We're getting much closer to the military research facility. I know that's something you've been wanting to see. We have gotten a lot of supplies dropped off at the mouth of the path that we have to take. So if we look at our map here, we're currently doing some clay harvest down here because Irvington doesn't have a lot of it. But the military research facility is just right up this road called Horselick Road here, and I already have it marked here, MRF Prep. We've already got about 300 encumbrance worth of stuff that we've dropped off there, and there's much more to transport. So we're moving in that direction. But yeah, just because clay is going to be hard to source in many places on this side of the map, we are going to take these nodes or just wait until our bags are full. We are getting a little hungry and thirsty here, but that's okay because we found exactly what we want, so we can leave as soon as we get this last deposit here. Alright, we're out of here. We won't have another chance to wash up for a while. So before we get dirty again. There's actually fishing opportunities here. I never would have imagined. Good to know. I can't imagine there would be that much in a place this small, but that means the other lakes probably have them too. Just because thirst is more dangerous to me than hunger. Alright, you know what? Fine. I just feel bad if I leave it here. I do have room for it, at least if we're just gonna bring it back to, Irvington and leave it there. Alright, so we're in overtime for our projected RTV. I think that's going to be okay. I did not want to do that. At least it didn't get taken as a side hit. Yet another corpse to be worried about on this road. Honestly, we're probably just going to have to do a big clearing next time we take this road. But I need food, so... One of the things that I can do to gauge whether I'm actually worried about going back to Riverside anytime soon is not that. Not that. That was not what I need to do. I could check the generators that I have down here and use those as a frame of reference, because my generators down here have a similar consumption load. Don't make me get out of this vehicle, please. They're gonna make me get out of this vehicle. You know what? That's fine. The slow ones don't need to be, they just need to be out of the road. So I don't mind making some noise on the side of the road. Boy. This is getting tiresome. I've been going back and forth on this road way too much without clearing it. That is, that's my problem there. We never actually fully cleared any of this road. Just whatever is closest to our base. I almost missed that one. This is getting tedious. Yeah, I might do a hunting trip next time I take that road. It's looking more and more like I probably won't make it back to Riverside this stream. It's already 3 p.m. We've only been at this for 6 hours, but I started late today. Wasn't my first decision to start late, but... God damn it. Alright, that's it. No more sorrow. I've paid for your mistakes. Your time is borrowed. I know, at the end of the day, it was a skill issue. The new physics interaction from vehicle collisions is actually making me a little bit angry. It seems like it's resulting in multiple hits per zombie. I don't know if it actually is, because I haven't run the numbers. I'm just hearing multiple sounds every time I hit a zombie now. And that, I mean, because every time I hear that fucking sound, it's associated with damage of some type to my vehicle. Yeah, it's making me angry. Not the only thing making me angry. We have now taken enough hood damage for it to be cosmetic. That means our hood, which was 100% when we had the update, is now 50 below. But yeah, now that we can make our mortar and pestle, we can at least be prepared for hitting the speedway next time. I mean, we'll be basically done here after we hit the speedway. There will be nothing else that I really care about here in Irvington. Less damage to the windshield than the hood. That's interesting. No, I'm curious, what caused 5% damage to the light bar? We've hardly used it. That's fascinating. I'm not sure what's going on there. Oh no, never mind. I set it to that intentionally. Right. I wanted to be fair with this vehicle. If anybody's not familiar, when we updated to 42.14, the devs fixed the problem with vehicles, but it doesn't apply to existing vehicles because, well, they expect us to make a new save every time, which I'm not doing this particular patch, no. There just wasn't enough changes to justify it in my mind. But yeah, I'm thinking we're probably done with the combat for today. I think I'm going to spend the rest of the in-game day getting rest of the in-game day getting everything prepped up for our deployment to the Irvington Speedway. I really enjoy the fact that now, after we're almost done here in Irvington, of course now is when I would actually have a key ring for the place. I don't know if I need this freezer after we're done here, but I probably might take it with me. We'll see. I'll leave it there for now so that I can see it and know it's here. That is the most important part. Those freezers are loaded. So yeah, let's take a quick peek at our generators. How are they holding up down here? 75 for the, probably, I think that one's the most highly taxed with 2 fridges. Versus this one is lights. And I was right. Wow. Where did it go? It's underneath the stupid... Okay. At least we can still see it. 63. Okay, never mind. This one is more taxed. That's changed now that we've removed the... But basically what I've got to consider is that the, Riverside, let's just call the Riverside generators 20% behind this one. So we're below the halfway point, and I feel uncomfortable letting it fall below the halfway point, but I think we'll be alright. So I'm gonna update my projected RTB. I'm gonna give myself 5 more days. But then I'm gonna make it a hard RTB. Projected RTB is gonna be September 10th. And I'm putting in parentheses already delayed to remind myself next time I look at this. I don't even know if this measurement is still valid. 20% fuel left from 8.5 to 8.17, that was 12 days. Okay, you know what? I don't remember the load for that one. But I'm glad I left that there. We're gonna make it September 8th. We're gonna give ourselves 3 days for the speedway. That should be enough, especially if we get our bombs built, which there's no longer any barriers once we get a thingamajig put together here. That's a technical term. But it is looking like we'll, yeah, we've got a path here. At the end of today. Tomorrow morning, we'll go ahead and call things there tomorrow morning. Oh, that's right. I need stone wheels for this shit now. And it was the pottery wheel, right? It is the pottery wheel. Okay, so that's fine. I expected this. Pottery wheel will go over here-ish. Yeah, we'll do it in the kitchen. So I'm going to leave the materials here. Wouldn't I have put the masonry trowel in here? Or did I take it forward with me already? I think I took it forward with me already. Well, that's not the worst thing in the world. As fate would have it, we can still make a... We can still straight up make a trowel. And I think it's good enough for the kiln. We'll need to carve it. Yeah, we can make a kiln without it. That's good. This is not going to be this way forever. Someday we are going to need to do way more than just have 20 clay and a... yeah. 20 clay and a trowel is not going to be enough in the future. But now we need wheels. For that I need a masonry chisel and a club hammer. Really? Oh, right. Tool/weapon is up here. Right. Club hammer. I knew there was at least one. So I'm leaving behind my weapons here so that I can pick up something that weighs 40 encumbrance. I'm also going to need charcoal. Didn't even think of that. Of course. One thing at a time. We'll have accomplished the task by the time the night is out. We technically don't need charcoal if we use an entire log as fuel, because for our current purposes, we don't actually need the extra heat from a charcoal fire. We are on the hunt for... We're going to need more than one of these. Large stone. There's our stone wheel. And we need 2 small stone wheels. Oh no, we just need 1. And then we'll need a ball peen. Or just our kit. Yeah, we'll just need our kit. Is there one on the other side? Yeah, there's a rock right over here. I didn't have to go all the way around the fence. There's multiple over here. Of course, the pottery wheel no longer allows you to walk through the seat side. That's annoying. In that case, we're going to put it here. Oh, now it lets me walk through it. What's going on there? Why couldn't I walk through it after I initially built it? But now I can. Maybe it's... Okay, so you can still walk through the seat side of it. So that's still an okay place to put it. I just need to... For some reason, after I initially put it down, I can't. So for this, I just need a sack of sand. That should not be hard. I know I have sacks of dirt or sand over here. Sand, perfect. I didn't necessarily set out to make a pottery infrastructure on this side of the map, but now I have one. That's just how fate played things out. Mortar and pestle cone right up. Got me pottery level 5. Not that there's really much that I can get from that. So yeah, we're gonna go grab just a log. There should not be a need for a charcoal burning infrastructure down here. Right? I say there's no need for charcoal burning infrastructure, but then I'm gonna go ahead and burn these logs into charcoal. It just doesn't feel right. If I'm gonna go grab 2 logs, it's more efficient to use charcoal than it is to use straight up logs. We'll put the burning pile right here, and we can always make one. We always carry an entrenching tool. can't wait for this to be nerfed so that we can't do it anymore. Or at least that we can't do it easily. Yeah, but now we have a place to put fire sources here. So locally used fire source stuff can now go over there, like these lighters. Alright, we got ourselves a ceramic mortar and pestle. We can now make bombs. And we are right on time for the operations that I want to do with the bombs. Tomorrow we will deploy for that. That's going to be fun. 3 aerosol bombs coming right up using the stuff in the duffel bag on the floor here. So these 3 hairspray and 3 boxes of sparklers that I've been sitting on for a while. That will be it for our aerosol bombs until I find more sparklers. Sparklers have always been the linchpin material for making aerosol bombs, and I have been using my bombs very wisely thus far. But this is it. We will have no more. We will have used our stockpile by now. Alright, and now we've added remote triggers to all 3. Now, I do not expect to actually find a lot of loot at our destination. Maybe I will. If I do, cool. But I don't necessarily expect to. Call this one duffel bag camping. And into it will go this stuff here, the tent, the sleeping bag, the pots, the bowls here. Interesting. And the pillow. Okay, aside from food, that's all that taken care of. That'll probably be my overnight task. We'll get some food put together. One of those egg cartons went stale almost instantly after I put it in here. That's rather annoying. That means some of these egg cartons that as soon as I take them out of the freezer, I have to either use them or they're going to go stale. That's... whatever. I should go ahead and use up this egg carton now then. We have some, whatchamacallit, we have some materials here. I'm not going to be using leftovers. We're just going to put 2 full eggs into each of these stir fries. And then something else after that. I'm gonna put these in the trash. Oh, the trash can's full. Right. Trash cans aren't that big here. I don't know, something about deleting brakes completely feels wrong. Brakes are something that actually can be used for, you can scrap them for metal, or steel. And it is bedtime, so I'm going to cook these tomorrow. Even though they're all ready to cook, yeah, I can get my bedtime in. And then after I sleep, they will cook during the overnight hour here. Sweet, more rain. Always down for rain around here. For how long I went without it. And now that we've finished repairs on propane delivery here, we're going to turn that into a whatchamacallit, ammo vehicle. Not the wisest decision, but it is a decision that I will make. And it's not the wisest because, of course, the trunk size is forever limited to 130 when other vehicles now spawn in with better trunks. Stick with the cartons that I probably am not going to use in the immediate future. So we're going to do 762 and 45 ACP. Looks like a storm coming. That doesn't bode well if it's going to be a storm. That might last a few days. Yeah, with this rain, we're probably going to get... This is probably going to be a storm that's going to last a few days. I get the feeling it's not going to be gone when we wake up. I suppose that's all right. I'm going to allocate 3 boxes of 9mm and 3 boxes of cartons. 3 cartons of shotgun, 3 cartons of 9mm. That will be allocated for the operation at military research. And if we need more, then we'll have propane delivery on site before bringing it back to Riverside. Hello, this is Irvington base. This is Maston Tapco in what should I call it? In Irvington. I'll show on the map. We are right here. But yeah, I complained a little too loud about not getting any rain, because now we're getting rain. Now we're getting lots of rain. Yeah. I do find it to be pretty ill. We're going to leave the rest of this ammo in the trailer. Because the trailer will be going with us to MRF, while the propane delivery vehicle will be left kind of at the front end. And that is a perfect fit right there. Yeah, 128. Hell yeah. We got our next shipment, and that also is going to get rid of all the ammo we have stockpiled here, which is great, and it is now our bedtime. Thank you. We spent a lot of time building it up. It is definitely not as good as one of my bases can look, but yeah, I like it. We've gone for a very long time down here in Irvington without enough water to do, like, you know, laundry and stuff, like the low priority stuff with water. But well, this surprise thunderstorm is going to take care of that. That being said, we are done for today here. We have got on the meta side for the live stream, we've got to I've got a few things I got to do today, and I wasn't going to be able to do a full. Usually my streams are anywhere between 8 and 12 hours long. We're actually coming up on 8 now, but yeah. This van is not going to be taken up as is. I'm actually just backing up the trailer a little bit. We're going to put the park the van over here around the corner, because now that it's loaded, it doesn't need to be out front anymore. Honestly, there's a small part of me that wants to defer the operation to retake the speedway, but I think we'll be alright. Yeah, I'll be fine. The ambulance is already packed for it for the most part. Some of this stuff is superfluous. The notion of trying to do a bombing run in weather like this is kind of laughable. But yeah, I do think we're about done for today. What I'll probably do is, as a warm-up activity at the beginning of next stream, I'll probably do some welding. I'll probably take these propane torches and tanks down to the junkyard down there on the bottom right hand side of the map there. And yeah, we'll do that at the beginning of next stream. Always screenshot my bases to keep track of their evolution. Alright folks, we've had a good one today. I shall be here tomorrow. TBA on tomorrow, how that'll play out. There is a small chance I might need to go to Arlington. That's kind of like, yeah, that's completely subject to determination. I have no idea, to be honest. Yeah, like in a perfect world where the stars align, I would do that in the afternoon. But I don't think they will even have appointments in the afternoon, so. And I do have a meeting tomorrow at 11. That doesn't necessarily mean I can't stream. That just means that for, like, I don't know, 15 minutes or so, I might have to mute the mic, which is, that's not that big of a deal. Sometimes we're just here for the gameplay instead of the yap. So, right, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Otherwise, we are done here for today. Last thing we always do here is back up our save. And this will be part 38 of Nora Robles' journey through B42. So I'm going to my Zomboid folder here, go into Saves, Apocalypse, sorted by date modified. So here's the most recent one right here, started on 42.13. Control C, I'm going to copy that entire folder, go up a few levels to my backups folder. You can put these anywhere. And go here with the same name, and this is part... that was 214, that is date created, shimmy date created. Yeah, that was 214, so this should be part 37 that I marked here. Right, I think. I'm going to have to figure that out later. For now, I am going to create a new folder and call this part 38, because I know that this is part 38. I did a 0.5 there, and that confused me. Our save file is now 1.1 something gigs, over 405,000 files, so yeah, fun stuff. All right, folks, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Have a good one now. Peace out.